and call the meeting to order. So let's do roll call first. Trustee Toasty?
Here.
Trustee Rios?
Here.
Trustee Martinez?
Here.
Trustee Grist?
Here.
And I'm here as well. And do we have any public comments for closed session?
No.
None came in. Okay, I would like a motion to convene to closed session.
I'll make a motion to convene the closed session. Second.
Roll call vote. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. It is 5:02, and we will convene to closed session. Thank you. Thank you. is 6:07, and I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Could we please stand for the flag salute? Ready, salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this evening we have community and staff recognition. Turn it over to our superintendent.
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to welcome Principal Anissa Dizon, who will be recognizing and presenting.
Good evening, President O'Connor, board members, Superintendent Mrs. Sanchez, and guests. It is my privilege to recognize an exceptional group of educators from Rancho Santana School, our co-teaching team, whose dedication, collaboration, commitment to inclusion are truly shaping the future of our school. Tonight we celebrate their ongoing efforts to create classrooms where every scholar, regardless of learning style, background, and ability, can learn, grow, and thrive together. Their work exemplifies what it means to provide equitable access to learning and to foster belonging for all scholars. Our co-teachers have embraced collaboration at the highest level. They plan together, they teach together, they reflect together, all with the goal of meeting each child where they are. Their commitment to shared instruction, differentiated supports, and collective problem solving is helping our scholars build both academic and social confidence. Our lovely co-teachers are modeling that inclusion is not simply a program, it's a practice and a mindset. Rooted in the belief that all scholars can and will succeed. At Rancho Santana School, we are working toward our goal of becoming an all-inclusive school, one where every scholar has access to high-quality instruction and meaningful peer connections. Our co-teaching team is paving the way toward that vision, and tonight we would like to recognize them. Before I do, while we are recognizing them, it's important to note that inclusion is a school-wide effort at Rancho Santana School. It does not go unnoticed that every teacher, instructional assistant, paraprofessional, classified staff member at Rancho Santana plays a vital role in supporting this work. From the playground to the classroom to the front office, each staff member contributes to creating a welcoming, safe, and inclusive environment for all scholars. So if my team can come on up. I have to share with you that we have co-teaching in our upper grades, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Well, our 5th grade teacher, who's not here yet, Ms. Marcus, said, I'm doing this. She was being inclusive herself and said, I'm having Mr. Ardena come to my classroom, we're gonna figure it out. And so she just kind of went rogue, but she's on the same journey as we are. Okay, so our 7th and 8th grade team of co-teachers include Mr. Cortez, 7th grade, Mr. McMullen, 7th grade, 8th grade, Mrs. Jackson, Mrs. Nancy Garcia, and our co-teacher is Kaoseng Yang. Our 6th grade team, Leslie Reyes, Mrs. Matsui, Mrs. Clifford,
He's coming back soon. I hope so.
We find out tomorrow.
and Mrs. Basadre. And not to be left out or excluded, Mrs. Marcus. And Mr. Giago Ardena. And I just want to express my heartfelt gratitude to our co-teaching team and to all our members of the Rancho Santa Ana staff for their dedication to our scholars and their belief in the power of inclusion. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me see. PBIS mini showcase.
I'm gonna find out from Stanford tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Next on the agenda is the PBIS mini showcase recognition.
Do you need us to stay?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm happy today, but, and I'd like to invite, the Sarah Vista admin as well to come up and join me. So in September, we had our PBIS kickoff, and we worked with the county on that. So it was here at the Enterprise Room. One of the things that our department, our district really wanted to do is showcase our school, one of our schools. So we have plenty of schools that are implementing PBIS, and we want to make it, like something that we do, that we showcase our schools and all the amazing work that is happening at each site. So we just decided to start with Sarah Vista, and what they were gracious enough to host us. Daniel and Tammy did an amazing job just presenting their journey, where they started, where they're heading. It was just extremely powerful for the sites that were there. They had over 25 people there from around the county, just talking about what has been going well with them, where they want to go with it, and then just going into the classrooms. And to me, it was teachers being willing, taking that chance, being courageous to let other people in and see what they're doing in the classroom. And it did not disappoint. They were amazing. They showed their commitment, their enthusiasm, their willingness to have people come in, and just the what people said, what the schools that were there, what they said afterwards was they were just taken by the strength language, the strength-based language that was just happening naturally in the classroom. So just teachers being positive with students, it just is how they are. And then they just loved seeing a site live and breathe the behavior expectations that they hold for every student at that site. So it was an awesome thing, it really was. So I want to thank these teachers for allowing us to come in. And I know not all of them are here, but I do want to recognize them. So Helene Escamilla was one of our teachers. So Jennifer Rodriguez was one of our amazing Oh, thank you. Yeah, you know me well. Louise Calanta. Victoria Murray. Jessica Walker. Brooke Carter. And Martha Selsor. And I also want to express my gratitude to both Daniel and Tammy. They were amazing, and I appreciate your hospitality.
Check my class whenever you want.
You're checking my class.
She wants pictures.
Okay.
I know, I learned this from Colleen, make sure you take pictures.
Yes, of course.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, what's next?
Okay.
There's one more.
Yes. Okay, next up is the presentation of the district shield.
Like one of these?
It is, it's our final shield. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez. Although I tried my best, Clay Pier would not stay, he's a busy man, because when you see the shield, you're just gonna be floored. It is amazing, it is so amazing. We all want it for our swag and the background of our computer, it is so beautiful. But we have the final shield to fit our empty space there. It was designed by the students at Rancho San Justo, and Mr. Pierre was the facilitator in that. And so I have it, I'll let the audience see. Isn't that amazing?
Oh, wow.
We keep staring at it because it's like, where's Waldo? Like, oh, there's this and there's that. So I definitely want to extend our appreciation to Mr. Pierre for his work and the students and their design. So this will be promptly put up there, and we're gonna try to duplicate it.
On the
I know, right? I'm like, I'll just put it on right now.
Put it on the website,
Yes,
yes.
It is
I have a picture.
amazing.
You need to go get it, somehow or another put on paper or something.
And on the website.
Yeah,
But it needs to be done by a, graphic artist.
yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Cool.
If he can
Yeah.
maybe copy it, make it into
Yeah.
it. Isn't it amazing?
Oh, yes.
Beautiful.
We've been looking at it all day. And,
Yeah, no,
and
but
so
it
every
needs to be done by
department
a
is,
graphic artist.
yeah, hopefully we can, and we see t-shirts in our future, magnets,
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah, so every department is captured here. We're so grateful for his time and effort. So
Yes.
I present this to you.
Thank you. Okay,
Is that it?
that completes the
Okay.
recognition.
But I wanted my picture with the shield.
Okay, let's take a picture with the shield.
No.
You want to take a picture with the shield afterwards? Okay.
Yeah, when it's on our t-shirt. That's how we got the Hesta shirts as a graphic artist, when I was president, a graphic artist did that.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we're on item number 8 on the agenda. We have no closed session announcements. And we have nothing on our screen, Brandon.
Just the presentation.
Just the
Okay,
presentation.
got it, okay. And do I have number 9, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion that we approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, trustee Toasty,
Aye.
trustee Rios,
Aye.
trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee Grist.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, motion carries. Item number 10, do we have public comments? Nothing, okay. Not connected, okay, so moving on to item number 11, we have reports. Our first report is on the Hollister School District Teacher Support Initiatives.
That was fast.
We're efficient.
Don't we have anything?
Alright, good evening, Board of Trustees and President O'Connor and Superintendent Sanchez. I'm Emma Veltri, I'm Ed Services Coordinator here, and I support our new teachers, AVID, and PBIS, and whatever else is needed. I'm here for you. Let's see, and today I'd like to give you an update of where we're at and what we're doing for these areas in our department. So, we started with, I'll start with teacher support. So we started with our new teacher orientation, and I know Dr. Myers has talked about it a little bit. So it was a lot of fun. I have to say the star of the show was Isabel, our bus driver, since we did do the bus trip. And that is something I wanted to share with you. So we did create a video that, let's see, there it is. A video that just highlighted that time, and it's a quick video, and it's a lot of fun. It shows you how we started this year. fun was that? What a great way to start the year. Our teachers felt welcomed. They especially appreciated the admin being out there, and you know, Joe made cookies, or Christy made cookies, I think, and Joe brought them on, and it was great. It was such a wonderful way to start. So moving on, some more to teacher support. So as you know, we have the NEST program, which is the new educator support program. So we're beginning our 3rd year in this program, and it was created a few years ago just for that need of support for all of our long-term sub and our short-term staff teachers. I have to say, we hired our NEST providers, which are veteran teachers. They become that person to them, that they're a person that they go to for questions or anything else that they need. And just up there are the program expectations, but I just like you to know that our veteran teachers have really exceeded these expectations. They are, and I can tell because I get a lot of emails saying, hey, my teacher needs this, or what do we do here? And so they're really reaching out and supporting those teachers, meeting with them. I look at the logs, and it is amazing, the support that they're receiving. So it's really wonderful to see. And I just want to talk about the data from the last couple of years. So our first year, that 23-24 year, we served about 36 to 40 short-term staff, and that number is consistent pretty much every year. That's been about the number. It fluctuates because people come and go and so forth, but that first year we had an 83% of retention rate. So 83% of our teachers stayed for the following year. And that was like 30 out of 36. And they stayed in a variety of ways. It could have been just even returning as a substitute teacher. It could have been in induction or back in the NEST program and so forth. So that was 23-24. And then last year, we served about the same amount, 37 to 40 short-term staff, permitted people. But last year, coming into this year, our retention rate was 94.5.
Wow.
So we kept 35 out of 37 of the people that were supported in NEST. So to me, that's pretty fabulous there. They stayed. And when we think about where they're at, so we have 18 teachers that returned to NEST from last year, and even that status changed. So we have more intern teachers that are on their intern credential moving towards their preliminary. And then we have teachers that are still on short-term staff at less, 8. And then we have 3 that return back as substitutes. And then we have 14 that entered induction. So that is pretty cool. So our numbers this year, again, we're at 40. So at the moment, we have 40 teachers that are being serviced with the NEST program. We have 28 NEST providers, our veteran teachers. And then just quickly looking, like last month, I looked at the interactions with the teachers and count them up, how many times they've met with them and all that, and it was already at 330 interactions with our new hires. So I'm really excited about where it's going. And again, our NEST teachers, they helped me co-present for professional development. They were part of the summer panel when we met with our new hires. So it's been a great program. It's been really exciting. It's exciting to see that our retention rate is building and growing. And then, let's see, we also offer other supports as well. So in addition to our NEST program, new this year we have our HSD website for professional development. What we're trying to do is house all of our professional development, regardless if it's county or other areas, like things that are available to our teachers in one spot. For example, our nurses offer CPR classes, which is a credential requirement for our new teachers. They offer that every extra early Thursday. So that is something that we put in there so that teachers know it's available to them. Any countywide trainings, we also put that in there. So it's all there for them. We also have an internal calendar there with all those dates and registration. We have a lot of online PD, so we have plenty for that, and we're always just adding more. So In addition to that, we do the month at a glance. That also, it goes out to all of our new teachers and all of our induction, the participating teachers and their coaches. And of course, regular PD that we offer. I just did a PBIS behavior one last month. We just had an AVID professional learning module that was hosted by Spring Grove, and then we have more to come. So, all right, let's see. So that leads me to induction. So this year we have 52 teachers that are in induction. So they're either a first or second year preliminary credential holder. We have 26 veteran teacher induction coaches. And our program is with the San Benito County Office of Education Teacher Induction Program that they offer. This year they became fully accredited. They've been, Jen Logue and Tony Balbus, they do a great job over there. They support our teachers, our coaches, they provide training for them, so it's been great to work with them. So. Moving on to our PBIS. So these pictures here are from the PBIS conference in October. We had a big group that was there, and many of them were recognized for their silver and gold. So it was really inspiring. It was a great group. And just to give you an idea, PBIS, what is that? It's positive behavior interventions and supports. And really, I think it boils down to it's a safe, it's positive, it's consistent, it's predictable, and it's equitable for our students. So those are all the elements that we are implementing at our school sites.
Have you seen a significant change in referrals to the office via or because of PBIS?
Yes, so one of the elements of PBIS is that data piece. Mm-hmm. So the office referrals, those types of things, it's always a work in progress. For example, at Sierra Vista, they will talk to you about, like, they do tier 1 intervention forms, and they have a decrease in that. We see that at the beginning of the year, they had, a certain amount. By a few months later, implementing PBIS, they had very few office referrals. I mean, you still have them, but it's not as much. And then I love, Tammy's story. She's not here anymore, but her anecdotally, what she says is that in the hallway, they have a lineup of chairs that used to be filled. Now they're not. So, waiting to see Daniel or herself in the office, but they don't have that anymore. So and she also mentioned that, if one of them is off campus, they're always on call, ready to go, and they don't have those issues anymore where they have to be in the office. They can be out on the yard and visiting classrooms and so forth. So and we are actually working with Manny, cleaning up our ARIES data, cleaning up our codes, so that we get clean data, so that we're looking at it when our PBIS tier 1 teams meet. We want them, that is part of it. Where is it happening? What time is it happening? Where's the location?
Do you see I see like a pyramid with the wellness center, the PBIS, and discipline, and how does that correlate? And do you see where, like, how many instances of the wellness center to the PBIS, to the, is there a way we could figure out data that proves the value of these two items that promote the good behavior or the lack of behavior and more learning time?
Right. Yes.
Do you understand what
yes,
I'm trying
absolutely.
to put together?
Right, and so thank you for bringing that up. I mean, we do have our MTSS team, so that is working on all those areas. How do we align them? How do we align our systems that we are utilizing? So we do have like our ARIES system is now talking to EduClimber. It talks to EduClimber, which is our system that we can look at that. Create that dashboard that aligns like wellness and behavior and academics and all that whole profile of the student. So,
because I would like to see our district be able to prove, and this is maybe, I don't like the idea of policemen on campuses. That's just me, okay? I'm not speaking for anybody else, just me. I don't think a little kid needs to see a policeman on campus. Because if we do the wellness centers, we do the good behavior, and we prove that through goodness, through respect, through being kind, and we increase our level of instruction, and children are learning, and they're happy, and they're increasing their academics. If there's some way we could show that, and what that does for a child,
Right, I think that's something we all want.
that we could put a dollar sign to.
Yeah,
To
exactly.
show how that is much more beneficial,
Right,
dollar-wise,
that's right, exactly, yeah,
versus a resource officer.
right, yeah. That would be great data, and that is something that we hope to collect with EduClimber, and have that available so that we can know what we have and how it's working, and just be able to justify all that, so.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
realistically, we have 9 sites, we can't have
Right.
9 policemen, so. I don't know, that's just me dreaming, sorry.
No worries, that's great, but this program, it just builds that positive behavior, builds that positive climate at the sites, as you well know, like, it's something that this is, in some way or another, it's been around for a long time, but this
Right.
is just, I think the data piece, making those decisions, your disciplined decisions based on data, and it makes it equitable, and so that is what
Well, and
what we're looking at.
It also gives credence to our mental health therapists, our social workers. It gives a reason for us to spend money there.
Yes, it gives our students what they need,
Mhm.
so, yes, absolutely. So, just taking a look at where we're at, you know, we have Sierra Vista, HDLA, and Rancho and Lab Lane that received accommodations this year, so recognition for their, so Sierra Vista, HDLA, and Rancho Santana went from silver to gold, and then Lad Lane went from bronze to silver. Of course, Mays was gold in 2023, and they are continuing with their PBIS. At our kickoff, we have Rancho San Justo there that is, again, kicking it off at their site. They revamped their behavior expectations, and then R.O. Hardin was at the conference, and I was just out there staff meeting today with their PBIS kickoff there, and Calaveras did an interest survey today, so around PBIS, so we're moving forward with it.
Great.
And let's see. Oh, it's not moving there.
We're having trouble.
Okay, so with that Sierra Vista Mini Showcase, you know, we have that going on, but what we do have right now happening is that RSJ and HDLA are filming their videos. So they're working on their behavior expectation videos for their whole site. And we have that kickoff where we have most of our school sites there. So it's moving forward in a positive way. So moving on to AVID. AVID is advancement through individual determination. It's a college and career readiness framework, and it gives students what they need. We talk about, you know, that rigorous academic preparation, opportunity knowledge, and what was that last one here? I knew it was there. Let's see, opportunity knowledge and student agency. I always forget that one, student agency. So these pictures were taken from a walkthrough at R.O. Hardin. We have a lot of our schools that are our elementary schools that are diving into their first year implementation of AVID. And so as we build those skills and training and align, looking forward to where we go with the strategies that the sites are learning and the goals. One thing that's led to, from AVID, is we now have a San Benito County AVID Collaborative, and that is just a grassroots collaboration between Hollister High School, ourselves, Aroma San Juan, and Spring Grove. And so I meet with their AVID coordinators. We just try to do that vertical alignment with the high school. We all decided that we're going to be offering our professional learning development together. So we're all hosting one. So Sierra Vista was first, the high school's next, and then we're third. Aroma San Juan will be in March. So throughout the year, we want to offer that and open it up to everybody. Ours, the last one that Spring Grove had was well attended by Hollister. So we had a lot of teachers that came back really excited and with lots of great ideas. So that is something that we are working on together, and it's also created some great conversations around how do we support our 8th graders moving into the 9th grade with parent nights and so forth. So that is in the works with Claire, just from this. So really exciting where that's going. So, all right, that is my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate all your support in these initiatives. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna move to item 11B, and that's the report on our information and technology department.
Sorry about that, it's a long walk.
We expected you to run.
Right. I'm already gonna be out of breath, so. Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, thank you for giving me the time to give you a brief recap and kind of an overview of what IT is working on and what standards we have in place and what projects we're working on. I'll jump right into what we saw last year, which is our IT department organizational chart. So we have first, directly under me, we have Javier Medina, and he supports all sites, HDLA, and the district office. He is a big part of being able to support our technology support specialists when I'm not able to. He's able to help them build competence, but also give them support in when a site is overwhelmed, when they need that help. So he's a huge help, especially with my special projects that we have going on. He's able to pull whoever's the head for that site, or not the head, but is assigned to that site, and really hit the ground running on those kind of projects. And I'll keep going with tech supports. So we got Roger. He has RSS and RSS and Maze, and he's been with the district quite a while. He's our veteran. Don't need to say much else other than the fact that he knows his stuff, and he's able to take care of things independently. Monica, she has RSJ, Cal, and she does a great job. She's very independent, very happy with her work ethic, and she's on the help desk like no one else. When I'm checking the activity logs, she's just boom, 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 boom. It's very impressive. I would give her the quickest response time on any tickets we have. So very, very happy to have her on the team. Then we have Kathy. Kathy is also, her and Monica both, it bugs them seeing an open ticket. Like, they want to respond to those tickets. Love having them on the team, and they've only shown more and more growth over the years. So it's very, very awesome to have them. And then I think an unsung hero of the department is Manny, who's our SIS application specialist. He has taken on so much over the last few years with his growth in the state reporting, just ARIES. He's doing. We'll get to his dedicated slide pretty soon, but he basically runs the data. So he's a one-man show over there, and he's carrying the load great. It's very impressive. But we'll get more in depth on exactly what he's doing. So just a bird's eye view. Our department of 5 plus Manny is about 6,000 students, 10,000 parents. We're supporting 6,000 students, 10,000 parents, 800 staff, and my team really wanted to add guests on there because we get a lot of guests, third parties coming in, presenters, those kind of things. But we have to help them. They're presenters, but they don't have a dongle for HDMI, or they don't have a clicker, or or they need screen setup. So they wanted me to emphasize that's an addition to everyone else that we're supporting. So we made sure to add that this time around.
I love the word dongle.
Yes, and so this is just another bird's eye view of the department hasn't lost anything of areas that we support and cover. It's only grown, and the list keeps growing every year. We fully this last year the start of this school year, we finally got Maze up and running on the new bell clock system. And that was the last school. So now that has fully transferred from facilities to IT. So now IT does all the bell clocks for all the schools, all the phones, all of that. So we enjoy it, but it is a lot for the size of our department. And then going straight into Manny, the student information specialist, you can see that he has state reporting. A big part of what he does actually that we've done in the last recent years is data validation, where he's able to put Aries into a mode basically where it'll email staff that, hey, these reporting fields are blank for this record. Please fill this out, kind of a thing. And so that we're able to not have him directly bug them, but at least put it on their radar, and then he can do the follow-up and say, hey, this, we can't submit to CASP, or not CASP, to CalPads, because we're missing this data. So that really helps a lot, and we're also able to use it to get proper parent information as well, which is very beneficial. But yeah, he's supporting. We changed it last year. We had it to site office support. Then we realized he's doing district-wide support. Calling Department Ed Services, they're pulling him in constantly. It's Jill does a lot of walk-ins. But it's all good. It's all for a good direction, a good purpose, and what they're reaching for helps us fine tune and clean up our data. So it's all very good. It's all well intentioned, but it is a lot of work that he is covering. So huge shout out to Manny. Very, very happy with the work that he's accomplishing.
Does he also do all the query support?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a one-man band. Very impressive.
Do we need more people? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I would say if you look at I think a good comparison would be the high school. So the high school, they're one. I consider them like a multi-campus, really. How big it is, but they're one physical location.
Right.
They have 4 grade levels in one entity. We have how many physical locations? How many grade levels?
Right.
They have one school in Aries, while we have, because of the way Aries works, it's like double. Like,
Right.
so we have to split K5 and 6A.
Right.
So that on the back end messes with so many things. So it's a lot. I think a support role that we've had in the past for that position would be ideal to look at down the road.
So you're saying maybe we could use another person?
Yes, of course.
That's what you're saying. We got it.
But yeah, I think that's something that we can consider down the road.
Okay.
Moving to devices, this is pretty much the same as last year. The only addition is that we did the phase out, which I've repeated before, that we came back from COVID and then we phased out. We said, okay, the second graders going into 3rd grade, they'll turn in their device, and then starting with TK and the K, they won't start with the device. So this year was the first year where instead of second graders that were coming into 3rd grade turning in a device, they showed up with nothing.
Right.
So we really liked it. It was a lot easier because we weren't collecting devices. There wasn't no issues of a student didn't have a device and dealing with that follow-up. And the 3rd graders were excited that they got brand new devices. Teachers liked how quick it was compared to previous years. So that goal that we were headed towards, we finally got there, and it's nice to be there, to say the least. The only other thing on here that's changed is for STC classrooms, we have added iPads. So Modern Mild, they got the 14-inch Chromebooks, just like everyone else. But Modern Severe, we went with iPads stations for each classroom. So that's the only real change, other than a newer Chromebook model that we've moved to. But I'll get to that on another slide. We're still doing in-house device repairs. I would love to see someone show me a district nearby that's doing in-house device repairs, that's not shipping it out to a third party, that's not just buying new devices and replacing the devices instantly when they break. We try our best to be good stewards of the money and the devices that's been provided to us. So the team works really hard on that, and we make sure that we're not leaving any parts behind or wasting any money. When we do e-waste, the e-waste vendors are a little disappointed because they're basically getting shells of a device. They normally make money off of districts. I don't think they do with us. But yeah, so we still do all the devices in-house, the repairs in-house. We do have our digital store up and running, and that's been a success. No more parents having to leave and not come back, or sorry, having to leave and then come back later down the road. So we're able to issue devices a lot quicker and quicker turnaround. Kids are back in the classroom with devices and not using loaners or site devices. So we're really happy with that. Staff and student device quick facts. So we've been getting some things about Chrome OS and updates. So new devices that we buy today, they have a 10-year auto update. That's not necessarily realistic. There's certain kids that turn in devices where I would say that that's realistic, but that's a small footprint of devices that would really make 10 years. But they are guaranteed 10 years of updates. So it's just something nice to keep in mind. The Chrome OS is so light that it doesn't really, you know, they keep fine tuning it, and even if the device is older, it's still able to run, you know, very smoothly on that. The thing with the COVID devices that we bought is that they had just at that time bumped it from 6 years to 8 years. So those devices only have 8 years. And those devices, we've been phasing them out as they basically get beaten up. So we don't expect, you know, someone to deal with a device that has broken edges, you know, a device that isn't working, the cameras go out on them. There's little issues that happen, and we don't expect that those have to stay in circulation. We do our best to make sure that they're swapped out with a fully functioning device. So there's no, we realize wear and tear is a real thing, basically. And then we do see a lot of tickets about your device requires an update, and all that's saying is that the device still receives updates. It's just that we have a policy in place for CASP testing specifically, that a device, if it's been sitting on an older version for too long, that it basically says, hey, this device needs an update. And that prompts the end user to contact us, basically. So the goal there is that we go in, we manually update it, and then it's caught back up. So that is a known thing. Our new devices, so this year we did go with a newer Chromebook for the 3rd graders, and that'll, you know, trickle as they go from 3rd, 4th, 5th. We are excited about the anti-pick keys. We do with a lot of picked keys. We do, you know, with the students, if they pick 3 and under, we do repair them, no cost. But if it's a repeat or more than 3, then it's malicious, and we're gonna charge them for it. But these keys are supposedly anti-pick, and we've been keeping our eye out for any of these, and we haven't gotten one yet. We're just very curious to see what that looks like if a kid is able to pick them, which I'm sure one will try. But we're keeping an open eye out for these keys on those new Chromebooks. They're more durable. These are more education focused, better specs, and then of course tariffs, higher pricing. But even though they do cost a little bit more than we've paid in the past, I do believe that it is a better product at the same time. So it is kind of a give and take with that as well. And then staff and students, we're just continuing with the incremental refresh. Staff, we do about 50 to 100 a year of just replacing, and also with students with the 3rd grade, and then we've been phasing in newer devices for TK to 2nd as well. But the goal with that, and I very much appreciate Colleen and Beth, knowing that we don't want to make big time purchases. We want to incrementally, you know, get new devices, and we've been able to accomplish that. So I'm very happy about that. Jumping into our help desk, this should look very familiar for a lot of people in the room. And then also the fact that, you know, we support staff, parents, students, public, anybody can submit. We have 4 different avenues of how you can submit, and we'll go over some of those statistics a little bit later. But we do also have, I didn't mention this last year, we do have an IT knowledge base, and this is an example of what a user sees. They see certain things based on what kind of person they are, if they're a student, they're a parent, or if they're the public slash parent. Staff and students see different things. But we do have help articles here, and those are the topics that they cover: Aries, Clever, devices, Parent Square, login issues, grading periods, that kind of stuff. We're able to use these to quickly support on a ticket. We're able to insert them right into a ticket, use a canned response. So they're very helpful, and they are created in-house. We create videos, walkthrough guides, pictures galore. But yes, we do have a knowledge base that we do curate ourselves. And then IT Help Desk Norm. For the most part, nothing has changed here other than really me trying to, with the team, just notate everything. I want to know everything that happened when you received a device, when you gave a device, who you talked to. That way, if you're out sick for a week or something like that, parent comes 3 months from now, I'm able to look at that. Javier is able to look at that. Someone else in the office is able to look at that and immediately support that person and give them the answer that they need or the support that they need. And yeah, prioritization hasn't changed. It's the number of students affected and the age of the ticket. Those are the two outliers for us that we really focus on. And then, so this is last year's ticket data. So that's, July's not much, and then August it spikes up. September, we're able to bat it down. And then, October, November, we feel pretty good around there. And then it kind of just keeps that same pace. But August, no matter what, it's always going to be that huge rush. Everybody putting things in. I need my TV set up, all that kind of stuff. But we do get to it. So this is a year over year. So this is comparing 23, 24 to 24, 25. And it's kind of just showing that it's barely increasing, but it's keeping steady. But the same pattern, we're seeing the same pattern. And then jumping over to this one, which is also showing 23, 24, and 24, 25. This is showing the sources, which you can, yes, the staff submitting tickets is very high, but that doesn't count the fact that staff are also CCing parents, or that the staff are submitting the ticket, but then they're like teachers, and then they're printing it out, and then they're giving it to the parent or student to take home. So even though the teachers are initiating the ticket, the parents are still involved in some way. But we do appreciate them starting the ticket. It helps a lot. And then here is a recap of the start of this school year. So we're kind of seeing the same pattern there. July's not that crazy, and then August just spikes right up. And then September, we're batting them down. We're able to resolve more than we're receiving, and then we're able to kind of keep pace right there. And then projects and proposals. So we completed the Maze and Bell Clock PA system, E-rate. Last year we went out for the UPS battery backups. Those will be arriving next month, and we'll be able to get those in place. E-rate, we've got a lot of E-rate going on, but we're still working on those. And then for the district backup gateway, that was also a part of last year. We are configuring that and putting it in place this winter break. We finished our first partial RFP for phase 1 of WAPs and switches, wireless access points, and we'll be bringing you part 2 next month that we'll be going out for, and that will upgrade everything else right behind it. And I am kind of rushing it. Normally I tend to bring you guys more incremental phases, but I don't know, this is federal money, and I kind of just want to make sure that we're good for another 5 to 8 years. Yeah. That's kind of my goal with that.
5 days.
Yeah. I'll believe it when I see it, kind of a thing right now. But that's a quick overview of where IT's at right now, what we're kind of working with, and what we're seeing submission-wise for tickets and support with parents.
Do you install the extra cameras that schools might need?
We do, with coordination with facilities.
Okay.
Any other questions?
You guys do a lot of work.
We
and
do.
I personally, I think you need more staff.
I have to agree.
I agree.
It's a lot to keep up on, but the team that works really hard, and everyone gels together really well, and I'm just really appreciative of the initiative that the team shows and the willingness to learn new things. I do kind of ask a lot of them, and they they do reach that level that I'm asking for. So, yeah.
We thank them.
Yeah, but that also comes, you know, not just your recognition, it's the district recognizing
Mhm.
it, you know, at this level too, because I mean, your presentation highlights the fact that they are doing so much.
Right.
And there's only that one person can only do so much, right? Until there's a burnout effect.
And that does bring me back, last time when we were presenting this, you did mention, you know, bring someone to help support. We did do that this last summer. And, you know, summer, my team's 260 calendars, so they're gonna take time off. And if we were able to bring someone on during the summer to help fill in, you know, a couple week gap and help get those third grade devices going, it was extremely helpful, and I'm grateful that that was an option. Yeah.
But I think it's time to start discussing what the evolution of the department needs to be, right? I think at some point, right? I think we've created the stability, the need, we know that it's there.
Right.
The services that you provide are overwhelming, you know.
And necessary.
Yeah.
And we could, well, just the one-man show with the areas, you know, and the data, and ensuring all of that is correct. And now reporting to CalPADS reporting to us, cross-referencing to make sure now, right? Because they're relying to identify who your migrant students are, who your McKinney-Vento students are. So now it's the other way around. So if we're not cross-referencing those things, we're gonna miss out on some identifying students, you know, unidentified students to be properly receiving the services that they deserve. So, you know, I think a deeper discussion is needed to, with your team and your input to determine what the next evolution of the department needs to be.
I agree.
But you're doing a phenomenal job.
Yes, your team is.
And we're constantly implementing newer features, newer things, and we're not trying to just be, you know, we're keeping up with.
You can't be complacent.
Right,
You know,
exactly.
we're too large and too big to be complacent, otherwise we just wouldn't get anything done. And we would, by most parts, would be, you know, ineffective and out of compliance, you know, in certain areas. So, you know, you make the district run, you know, and so everything's on a computer. I think if our computer went down, we'd be like, you know.
It is
so
true,
yes, you are what we need on a daily basis. So.
And we do Beth, what's the term that we use? We do, it's not network, is it network?
I've got all kinds of terms.
When we borrow other ideas.
Oh, we network from other districts.
Yeah, we network. So I meet monthly with the high school and Brett, and we're able to really share things, and it helps a lot with being able to network ideas and see what's working for them, and then take what's working and bring it over here.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
but your example was right on point. The amount of schools we have, the amount of parents and students.
We do laugh about that a lot when we're comparing what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
But we have a lot more teachers than they have.
That is true too.
And
we have more students this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just need to keep an eye on it. And we'll listen for your recommendations.
Well, and I'm also, how does AI fit in this? I mean, teachers are gonna want more programs, and so you really, I think
they're
need
gonna
to
ask
meet.
ChatGPT to grade their papers.
Or Gemini.
But I think you're gonna have to have a meeting with the.
I think so, yes.
With the finance lady. And
you definitely.
with the money lady.
Always with her, yes.
But thank you.
Thank you.
And you need to thank your people, yes.
Thank you, Brenda.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, we're going to take a 5-minute break so that Brandon can set up the translator for the next presentation. So 5-minute break, we'll call you back to order in just a few minutes.
Run this, run this.
These chairs, it's my first step.
Is it? It's giving you grief, huh?
Yeah.
You know what I'm bringing? It's this big bag, and I put my purse in it, and the binder, and,
You get it all organized.
well, helps a little bit.
Kathy, did it snow at your cabin?
Yes.
Woohoo, there's snow.
The little snow shoveling.
Oh, good for you. That must be fun.
It is. How's that grandbaby?
I have to show you pictures.
Oh, yes, yes, you have to show off.
I have to show off. Let me get the pictures up. Mama. Mama, I'm just so excited. They call me Mama.
Okay, hello, testing, testing, testing. An issue with your mic. Can you check the Zoom settings? My mic is on and it's moving hello, hello. I can see that there is movement on.
We'll resume the meeting now. Only my class would get quiet that quickly. All right.
Sure they did.
We're moving on now to our report on special education program. Thank you for your patience as we resolve some technical issues.
Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, Cabinet members of the community, and those that are online. Glad to be here to present our special education program update. And also to indicate that I'm very proud to serve in this position, to serve our students in our community. Our goal as a department, is through the use of powerful instruction and engaging in inclusive environments, we will educate students to achieve their unique success. And that drives our initiatives and our purpose. Our district administrative team is complete. We have, this year, one of our coordinators was added, Dr. Elena Ayala, and Megan Ward is now our program specialist. I will say that this is a very strong team, dedicated, student-centered, student-focused, and also focused on ensuring that our teams in the schools have the supports they need and the tools to support our students. So I'm pleased to have this group of highly educated and very skilled team members. Proud to have them on my team. And I'm also, we have some very dedicated support staff that help us through many tasks. We're pleased to have them on our team. Isabella Acosta, Tony Vargas, and Pilar Zeballos. Some updates on the programs we offer in the district. The way this is organized here is we have our intensive classrooms, which we refer to as moderate to severe, but we're trying to move that into the term intensive classrooms. Lad Lane has 5 classrooms. We added 1 classroom this year, so that expanded. Rancho San Justo has 2 extensive classrooms, and Sunny Slope has 3. For our mild moderate SAI classrooms, formerly mild moderate STC, we have 2 classrooms at Mays Middle School, 2 classrooms at Rancho San Justo. Our Hardin has 2. Sunny Slope has 4, which is an addition of 1 of the classes this year. For our specialized opportunities and academic resilience program, it's our therapeutic program. It's also a regional program. Our lower grade classroom is at Cerro Vista, and our upper grade classroom is at Mays. We offer the resource specialist program at all sites, And one new addition is our Learning Center, which is at Rancho Santana. It is a program it's a pathway that I'll be speaking about shortly. And co-teaching, we've initiated a new team at Calaveras. The Lad Lane team continues, Mays, Rancho San Justo, Rancho Santana. I got everyone there. Current staff to support the program. We have a total of 205 staff. We recently posted a position for a mental health therapist, so although that is not filled, when that is filled, we would have 206. It is composed of teachers, paraeducators, psychologists, speech language pathologists, nursing staff. We have one RN that's because of the student does have extensive needs, we have a nurse that supports a student on an IEP, 2 behavior therapists, 4 occupational therapists, paraeducators, we have 90, instructional assistants, we have 16, and RBT and BT contract are 13. So this team does great work out in the sites. Without them, we couldn't do this work. And so I'm thankful to the team that's out there for the work they do, the dedication, and supporting students, and always letting us know what they need so that we can support them. We always appreciate the feedback. We want our teams to have what they need to support students. And if you look at our trend over time since 2015-16, currently, and this got pushed over, last year we're at 14.85% of the population of our students had an IEP. This year it's at 14.47, so we're hovering within the 14 range. Of course, our goal is to match the statewide data, which is about near 13%. But what we do know is that when we do have requests for assessments, the teams do assess, and then again, if the students meet those criteria, then the teams will make that determination. And if students are no longer meeting those criteria, they'll use assessment to indicate that. So we're pretty stable. Our population is growing, so that also stabilizes that number. But we started last year with 880 students. This year we're at 872. So we're staying at the same rate for the most part. And so that trend continues. We are strengthening our assessment processes to ensure that we are following the guidelines, to make sure that we are making objective decisions, taking teacher, parent input into account when the teams are making those determinations. But that's our trend data over time. And then in terms of disability types, the first number that you see there for every category is the percentage of students, the percentage in that category of the students identified as having an IEP. So for instance, 34.5% represents the total proportion of students with IEPs that are specific learning disability. But if we look at that district-wide, 5% of our students are identified as having a specific learning disability. Statewide, the number is 4.7%. So we're right around that range. For speech language impairment, 34% of our current students have an IEP for speech and language impairment. That's 4.9% district-wide. Statewide, that's 3.1%. So we're slightly higher. We're not disproportionate, but these data indicate that it's something to look at for us to kind of see, the great news is that the Ed Code does specify exactly how students meet those criteria. They have to go through a process, they have to use assessment data, and they can't just base it on one assessment, it has to be on multiple assessments. Those data need to be clear, and so what the SLPs have mentioned to me is that many of the students that are qualifying at the moment are a larger proportion have articulation difficulties. Not necessarily the whole range of receptive, expressive, and social pragmatic difficulties, but the articulation, how they're articulating sound, and how others are able to understand what they're saying. SLPs will, because at their critical time frames that students need to be assessed and provided those interventions, the SLPs may move forward with an assessment early on so they can remediate those sounds. However, if it is more of a language-based, larger component, then they'll go through the SST process and then determine who will be on those assessments. But there is a process for all students to determine eligibilities, and it is based on data, multiple sources of information, and ultimately it's a recommendation that's made to the team, and then the team determines, and parents ultimately have the right to accept or disagree with that assessment, the recommendation. For autism, 20% of our students with IEPs are classified as having autism, 2.9% of our district-wide, and statewide it's 2.9%. For intellectual disability, 5.4% of our students are currently identified as having an intellectual disability, less than 1% district-wide and statewide. And then we have deaf or hard of hearing, which is 2% of all students with IEPs, less than 1% district-wide and statewide. Emotional disability is 1.5, and then less than 1% of our district-wide and statewide data. And so multiple disabilities, other health impairment, orthopedic impairment, deaf, blindness, visual impairment, those are all in less than 1%, but there's still students who are in our programs and who we serve. Every student has a different program, and so we base, so their IEPs are based on what they need, what's identified through the assessments. So if we look at the data overall, we are pretty consistent with statewide averages, and there are some things that we need to look forward to in terms of, for instance, speech and language impairment. And our focus areas are, we have multiple focus areas, but we in order for us to do it right, do things the right way, and make sure that students are receiving their needs, we've focused on achievement because it's aligned to our district focus. And it's also related to our multi-tier systems of support, ensuring that students receive what they need when they need it. And then this is also aligned to our differentiated assistance collaboration. We're strengthening the implementation of our curriculum and supplemental curriculum, ensuring that students who are receiving pull-out services are receiving the support that they need to bridge those gaps. Students who are in self-contained mild moderate classrooms or extensive classrooms are having access to Common Core standards or the alternative standards. And so we want to make sure we're building on those strengths so that when students do take an assessment, they've had access and they at least have had an opportunity to practice those items and make sense of them. And then ultimately, if we strengthen achievement, that'll support our goal of inclusion and mainstreaming. So students will have, the transition for students to mainstream is going to be easier. The transition for inclusion will be easier because they're going to have the gap is not going to be as big as it is at the moment. So, and then ultimately compliance is, although it's a goal, it's a must. But, and I mentioned this before, we reframe this as quality. Quality of the IEPs that we're providing, the reports that we're developing, the IEP meetings, and the instructional program. But we're, as SPED department, compliance is always at the forefront. And so everything we do in terms of timeliness and ensuring that we're meeting our deadlines and we're meeting the marks in terms of our ensuring that accommodations are being provided, that whatever we're putting in the IEPs are provided, the number of minutes are being given, that's all checked on an annual basis. And then we do receive our annual determination letter that specifies how we're doing in multiple areas. So how are we doing with achievement? We had some small growth this year in ELA and mathematics and in science. We've had modest growth in internal monitoring systems. The STAR progress monitoring about 8% for ELA and 9% for mathematics since 22-23. So we are showing some growth. Again, there are some things that we need to continue doing to strengthen this and have a steeper growth curve for our students with IEPs. One of the areas that we're focusing on now is a PD series on the Common Core state standards, deeper dive into reading and math for our self-contained classrooms. What we've identified through connecting with teachers and also through walkthroughs is that we want to provide teachers with some of the tools to support when they are connecting with the general ed teachers, that they recognize that these are some of the things they're working on. How do I connect this to the curriculum that I'm using? How do I accommodate the curriculum that I have that students in the gen ed environment are using so that I can accommodate it for the students that are in the self-contained classroom. So we're working on that, and that'll be a series, and that'll be continuous. This is work that Lisa Ucello is working with the other coordinators to support for all of our teachers. And then it's also through the collaboration with Ed Services on implementation of our curriculum and strengthening our achievement for all students. We're also using stronger formative assessments to guide our instruction so that we can track that students are making progress with the curriculum we're doing, supporting teachers to use those data to ensure that students are, yeah, like I said, they're making progress. How do we know that they're making progress? Well, the indicators should show us. And that's been an area that we've identified was a gap previously, that we did have assessments, but they were not as frequent as we wanted them to be. And so we're making them a little more frequent, not too demanding for teachers, but also so that it supports student programming. where we're doing walkthroughs with Ed Services to gather data on implementation of curriculum, and then coaching from coordinators and program specialists to strengthen delivery of instruction and ongoing support. And that's been very helpful. The special education teachers that have been receiving coaching, they feel that that's been very helpful. We offer optional additional training for staff on extra early days and on minimum days. They're not mandatory, but we offer them, and people are joining those, and they do share that they're helpful. Some updates on mainstreaming and inclusion. One of the areas that we've been working with Rancho Santana, and earlier we had the Rancho Santana co-teaching team here. It was great to see them. They've been doing a lot of work, especially in this area, with this goal, with this collaborative that we have with them, is shifting this shift has been a result of district, site, and parent input to provide students with a path, middle school students with a pathway to stay in their home schools. And it's actually been a great collaborative. We've been learning quite a bit from one another. We continue to learn. It's an evolving program. It's not perfect. But I think as we work together and we resolve things that come up so that things can function, so students are learning, so that the classrooms are functioning the way they should be, and that we're providing the supports necessary where there's back and forth communication. I tell the team, let me know about the great things, the not so good, and the things that we need to address immediately, because we want to do that now so that things don't get out of hand or move into a direction that we want to resolve them proactively to give students opportunity. But the team there at Rancho Santana is doing a great job. Students are thriving. Although some students may have at times some difficulties, we work together to support them. The IEP determines the amount of time that a student will be mainstream, that will be included in the general education classroom. Additionally, all grade 4 and 5th grade students are mainstreaming in ELA and math and science. They're not in there the entire time, but they're going from their learning center to the classroom. A student might have 15 minutes of time as designated on their IEP. Another student might be able to stay in the classroom for the ELA component. A student may be able to stay for half the day. So every student is going to have a different amount of time in the general education classroom based on that discussion in the classroom. And as students continue to develop those skills, then their time will increase through as it's noted in the IEP. It is an evolving program, but again, input from teachers, paraeducators, parents, admin, and the district. It's a collaborative. We're working together to support this inclusive program. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have kindergartner, first graders, second grade through 4th mainstream. They are still in a self-contained classroom, but we're working together to ensure that they do have access to a portion of time. We've not taken the self-contained classrooms at Rancho Santana, but we are working to support Rancho Santana so that we can continue to make it an inclusive program for all students. And ultimately, as time goes on, we'll have learning centers and students will be integrated into classrooms, and there'll be a shift, and I'll show a little picture about what that looks like. So, a learning center, co-teaching in general education classroom. So a learning center is like, you can think of a learning center as a resource center, where students are coming in, they may be doing instruction in groups. There may be multiple groups in there with a special education teacher, multiple paras, and doing rotations. A co-taught classroom has a general education teacher and a special education teacher. They're a unit. They work together. The general education teacher may teach a lesson, the special education teacher may teach a lesson. But that's something that's agreed upon with them. There's planning embedded, which is very important because the teachers need time to plan to make sure that they're on the same page, etc. There's paraeducators in those classrooms as well. And then we also have general education classrooms with one teacher, but we have pairs when students are pushing in. So the way this works is we might at Rancho Santana, we have 6th graders that are starting off in a science class, for example, just one example. Now that's not a co-taught class, but there's a collaboration between the learning center teacher, the case manager of that, the student on that IP, and the general education teacher. So any supports that are indicated on that IP also go with the students when they're in the general education classroom. So we have the teacher and the paras to support that group of students. It is not one teacher and one para for multiple students. It's based on what is noted in the IEP and the amount of support that they're receiving. So a student might go to first period in science for 6th grade, and then the second period is co-taught classroom, for instance, in mathematics. they'll have the co-teacher, the general ed teacher, and the paras will follow them as they transition. Now, what we find though is that in this scenario, even in first period, we might have some students that are there the entire time, based on the IEP. We might have some students that are in there for half of the time. And then we might have some students that are there in their 15 minutes, because that's what the team believes at the moment is gonna benefit them the most. As those skills get built, the IEP teams have those conversations and they determine the ratios. It is not everyone is in the classroom the entire time, because that would be difficult for many students. It's individualized based on the student. And then what you see is a continuous sort of back and forth. It's multiple students transitioning from class 1 to class 2, back to learning center. And then ultimately at the end of the day, they do have a learning center period where they come in and they're able to work on some of their IEP goals, or if students need that support for classroom assignments, they can work on focusing on additional instruction for those subject areas. The other great news about this, because of space limitations, when the students in the learning center, they were previously all in the classroom the entire day. What happens, that opens up a space when students are in first period. So what's happening is we have some of the fourth graders moving into the upper grade learning center, and they're having a group there. Then they transition to a general education classroom for a portion of time. And so what we're doing is we're having the lower grade and upper grade learning centers work together, so students are shifting, and so that we don't have too many students in the learning center at once. So it is a balance of the classrooms and the schedules. And the reason this is working is because the teachers have invested a lot of time in the schedule and the work that they're doing together, and it's been done carefully, strategically, and it's based on their IEPs. So again, the model takes into account individual program recommendations. All students have a seat in the general education roster, which is very important, because the goal is not to have inclusion, but have a classroom that is too large, because then that's not going to benefit all the students in the classroom. That we maintain the size of that classroom so that it's manageable. And so every student that's in the learning center has a seat in the gen ed environment, even if they're in there for 15 minutes. And that's been very helpful this year to kind of understand that. It's a learning process. We're learning as we go. Next year we'll have a stronger program, and we'll now have another cohort of students moving into that model. And so then that'll add additional layers that we're thinking about at the moment. So here are some of the pictures of the team at Rancho Santana working together. Some of the co-teachers are represented in there. And so they are, I would just definitely say that the team has worked really hard. There's a collaborative there, and we're also taking parent input into account. We'll be meeting with parents soon to kind of get their updates on their thoughts on how the program is running, what can we do, and even talking to the lower grade parents that are moving into 5th grade next year, so that because they're going to be doing some of that mainstream with the 5th grade classroom. So we're also doing co-teaching to support student progress, but that progress is thanks to all the teachers out there, because again, it would not be possible without their support and their collaboration. This list has expanded. We have added Cal, as you can see. We're offering English, language arts, and math co-teaching. Every site up here has a different system, and everyone's at a different place. But we acknowledge that, and we work with the teams to determine what kind of support is needed to strengthen the program, what's working, what needs calibration, and then we go from there. Right now, though, we only offer co-teaching for 6th, 7th, and 8th. It's easier to do. For elementary, if this were happening, it's a little more challenging because it's fitting in the prep time. So right now we're not there, but it is something that we're kind of exploring at Rancho Santana. For instance, at grade 5, just to kind of give us an idea of what would it look like, how would we figure it out, and then again getting the input from teachers. We know that our program is not perfect, but with the support and input from all the team members, we're strengthening it every day. And here's some additional pictures from Lad Lane, Calaveras, Rancho San Busto, Mays, working where you have the 2 teachers working together with students. Very, very proud of the work that they're doing at the sites. The other thing that we're doing to support achievement is an engagement and integration of technology. Brandon spoke of the technology that students are using in the extensive needs classroom. Another addition this year was adding the EduTVs to our extensive needs classrooms, as he had indicated. And that was one of the requests from the teachers, because what it does is it allows the students to go and interact with the material. And so although they have it on a tablet, we want to integrate movement. And so in some of the photos here, you have students, interacting with the technology, and the teachers are using it. So we're seeing some strengths with that. We do use a unique curriculum in our extensive needs classroom. It's an evidence-based program, and it's connected to the alternative standards. So students are gaining, it's a modified curriculum, but they're gaining access to tools or instruction that other gen ed students are receiving, even if it's at a modified level. So I'm proud of that. I'm thankful that we were able to do that, and that it's set up in those classrooms. We'll continue to look at that for the additional classrooms that we have. And here's some additional pictures of the great work that teachers are doing out there. One of those pictures is our a classroom that has students with medical needs. And we're seeing some really good things come out of the classroom support, the structure. It is an enhanced classroom that does have nursing. But what we found is having those resources in there when there is an absence, the team can support. So we're not pulling people from different classrooms and making it difficult for that classroom to function. So that's been a very good addition. Very strong team. I applaud the paraeducators and the teacher in that classroom. They're well trained. They are very caring for their students. And if an event happens where a student's having a seizure, they jump right into action. They know exactly what needs to happen, and it's just an awesome thing to do. They're calm, just like this is what we do, and we're going to make sure our student is supported and taken care of. So just really pleased with how our team is strengthening their skills. They're at work every day, even though the job is very difficult. Compliance indicators show growth and needs. So our CDE annual determination indicated that we have strong indicators for timeliness. We had our previous report, as I mentioned last year, we weren't identified as having any late IEPs. The ones that were identified were not due to late without cause, which is late without cause are when we don't hold the IEPs on time. But there are times where parents we cannot find the parent, or the parent reschedules. Even though those are late, we don't get docked for those. And then currently our CYRUS system indicators indicate we're at 99% compliance, and that's a monitor of our day-to-day activity. So we're able to track that, and so we've actually had a great start. We're not found to be disproportionate. That means for any of the groups earlier that I mentioned, for intellectual disability, speech language impairment, specific learning disability, none of our subgroups are at a rate that is above what the population statistic would mean. I continue though to track the numbers for speech language impairment. I'm able to use a data system that's offered to us where I can pull data from our IEP system, enter it into there, and to give us an idea of where we are. We're not disproportionate, but when I do see elevations, I do connect with our teams, and I see what are the needs in terms of our assessments. Are we missing anything? Do we need additional tools? So that to ensure that we don't go into the rate that's disproportionate. If that happens, we would then have a plan to get ourselves out of disproportionality. But we don't want to have that, so we are being proactive to ensure that doesn't happen. Again, student achievement continues to be an area of growth for ELA and math. That's noted in our annual determination. And then one of the areas, the additional areas where we have a compliance improvement plan is with early child special education, as I've shared in the past. We're in intensive monitoring, and it's not because we're not providing a good program. What it means, the goal for the state is to increase mainstreaming. Currently, we have 100% of our students mainstream at least 10% of the day, which is good. But the indicator that CDE is looking at is that they require that the majority of students be provided with programming with non-disabled peers in the least restrictive environment. So that brings us to that challenge of how do we develop a continuum of programming for early childhood special education? Because we do need to give options for least restrictive environment. However, our partner at the county office only offers a self-contained, non-categorical classroom. That means students that have mild or moderate or extensive needs are in the same classroom. While that's not a problem, what we are identifying is when students are transitioning from TK and K, they're likely to be recommended to a contained classroom. And my wondering is, given opportunities for students to have that early on, for them to have inclusion, a general ed experience in preschool, for instance, a mild, moderate, or RSP sort of program, or a classroom, that perhaps that'll allow us to give students an opportunity so that we can prepare them for the general education classroom. How do we support them with behavior? How do we support them with their academics so that the majority of students aren't being filtered into TK and K, self-contained classrooms? In my perspective, I wonder, if we provide students with the tools and we can then guide the students through to a general education classroom, it'll give them an opportunity. And so if we don't give them that opportunity, then perhaps we do move them into an SEC classroom. And then the challenge is, how do we then move them out? If they're, we can, because we're building it here, but if we start earlier, we can definitely strengthen that. It'll reduce the strain on space. But then there are also space considerations in providing a continuum of service for early childhood students. Do you have a question?
Yes. Well, to me, early childhood, I would see it's more training the parent. Yeah. Right? Because, for big majority is learning what their disability is and how these children learn. Because many times they've not had a child with autism, they wouldn't have the first inclination, first clue, right, on what it is that they need to do and how to do it. So, to me, the focus here would be on parent training.
We are collaborating with the early childhood program for training. We do collaborate. We go to an event and we share all of our programs and what it means for students, and then the early childhood does provide trainings for parents on the different categories. Now, I know that I can stand up here and say, I know what specific learning disabilities, I know what autism is, but unless one has kind of been in those shoes of a parent, then it's good to bring them in and have those conversations, because it is very different than, from living
level of autism.
Yeah. So I think that, yes, parent training is important, and then finding ways to offer a continuum is going to be helpful for students. Not all students are going to be able to go to gen ed, and that's just a reality, and the IEP teams will make that determination. But I think with a continuum, it can be like a gating system to assist with ensuring that we're not referring students to an STC during transition. And so that's just things for us to think about. The CDE goal is to have only 23% of early childhood special education students receiving programming in a separate classroom. Currently, we're at 98%. Now, my hope is that what I found recently, or in communication with our consultant, our CDE consultant, was that some of our students in early childhood that are speech only are still being designated as separate classroom only, because ECE is a separate school. But the majority of the speech only students they're in a daycare program, they're in a child care program, or they're in Head Start. So they're not in a separate classroom the entire time. So the data that we have now, the 98%, that's not likely correct. The way the system puts in the data and gives us the number is showing that it's 98%, but I need to clean those data up a little more and really do it so I can share it with our consultant that it's likely we're at about maybe 70%, 65%. We've made adjustments to IEPs, but we still haven't seen those changes in the system. So I'm hoping that with the adjustments and communication, we're likely going to see that. So we've met some of those targets, but there's still a ways to go. And so in cabinet, we are having conversations about strategies with Ed Services, how we can resolve this in a way that takes into account the current space that's available, the current resources that we have, and so that more to come on that. That'll be another conversation that I can bring up, or an update in spring. I think I might turn this off. Oops. There you go. And then challenge space for meeting the number of students transitioning to separate classrooms. If you look at Sunny Slope, yesterday there was like two, I updated this, but as of today, we, in terms of our typical, what a typical class would be, of a classroom of 10 for our extensive needs, in our CBA it indicates that there isn't a cap of space. What happens after 10 students, for instance, at an extensive needs is that then students get the teachers receive a stipend over class size stipend. Well, that is fine, and I think that's helpful. Though, as we look at it, because the students have high needs, the more students we place in the classrooms, the more challenging it gets for the students and the staff. And so this is kind of a balance that we have to play. We might have a classroom that has 11 students or 12, but I don't know if that's the long-term solution. So I just want to share that these are our current numbers. If you see Sunny Slope only has up to grades 3. Next year we'll have third and fourth, up to 4th grade. That means that there aren't any spots there at the moment. So any students coming in from early childhood, we need to find space at Ladd Lane, or we'll have to figure out a classroom, or we'll have to go over. So we're looking at those numbers closely. At Ladd Lane, we currently have some space there for students. We do have about 5 students leaving Ladd Lane next year. So if we have more than 5 students coming in next year, and if these spaces are not full, we'll have about 10 spaces or so available, a little more than 10. So it is something that we're looking at. We're not giving up and saying we're not going to have a resolution. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because part of this relates to our facilities and looking at what is the need, and just also letting you know that it's not something that we're just letting happen. We're trying to figure it out, and we'll have a solution. And then as numbers increase, our space for special education staff increases, because although we are being very creative, there will be a time where it'll be difficult to find space for everyone. And so these are just things that we're looking at. These are not things to be alarmed of, for the community to be alarmed of, but it does show that we're thinking ahead. And by looking at these data, we've already identified within the next 2 years, Rancho San Justo is going to need an additional classroom, because we're going to have like a cohort of students that are going to be more than what we have, the space that we have in the classroom. So it's a trickle effect. And then we're collaborating with the high school and sharing with them that this is kind of the bubble we're in. And so these are the things that we're planning. So just things to consider. For the board to know, the community to know that we do have, that we're thinking about this, that we will have solutions, and it's part of the balance that we do of supporting students, but also supporting how we manage our facilities, resources, etc. And yeah, so I can stay up here and talk all day, but I'll stop. And any questions that anyone might have, I'd like to have.
I have a couple questions. Going back to one of your earlier slides talking about the number of students, the percentage of students and that sort of thing, do you keep track of, here we are at the beginning of this year, we've had X number of students who have moved in. So it's not, that it's been a failure of the Hollister School District or an over-identification of the IEP teams. Because I remember one year, several years ago, by November, we had 40 new students move into Hollister School District, and we were looking for additional classes and teachers mid-year. And, I'm not saying that we're at that point, but we've had increasing enrollment, and so of that, the increase in enrollment, how many of those students might be IEP students?
Yeah, we do. I don't have the data with me at the moment, but we could gather that data. I will say that it's pretty much on a weekly basis that we are getting a new student that has an IEP. Our numbers with our self-contained classrooms, we do see that, and so we have to shift. We have to look at the site. Okay, our Hardin doesn't have space. Do we look at Ladd Lane? Do we look at wherever those programs are?
Or even RSP or speech students.
Yes, and so we are seeing that too. So I keep track of all the caseloads, and the caseloads are they're getting up there. And for speech pathologists, it's, you know, they're hovering up near the 50s already, and that's pretty much at all the sites. A lot of the students do come in with speech-only IEPs. We do have the rates of identification of autism are also increasing, so a student that may have autism may also have speech and language impairment. They may not be the primary case manager, but they're providing services. So, you know, so we're looking at those data. You know, Hollister is a lot of folks are moving to Hollister, which is great. And so we're looking ahead at how we can support the needs of the students, because we want to offer them a quality program. But that's a great question about the numbers. I don't know them specifically, but I think
that would be nice to have
Yeah.
as part of
I'll take a
a
look at it.
report like that. The other question I had is, looking at, well, you know, we always say that, you know, special ed should not be a life sentence. It's not, you know, supposed to be a place. And so to have numbers that show the progression of our students, you know, those students who might start out in the, I think you're calling them now, the extensive needs, who might get moved up into the mild moderate, the speech students, the RSP students who are dismissed.
Right.
You know, just to keep track of, you know,
That's a
the
good point.
work of our staff and the progress that they're making with those students. Because sometimes you're not gonna see it on the state testing, but if you see it.
No, yeah, and that is true, because our teams they do look at that, and they share with me, hey, Gabe, we're exiting students, they're meeting their goals, and they're way to go, and I'm like, yes, let's do it. But I do like that, and I'll make sure to include that moving forward, like have.
So I remember there were years when I didn't dismiss any students or very few, and then, whoa, the year I dismissed 12, you know, it was like, whew, you know, that was just a really good feeling, and getting some recognition, just that, you know, and everybody has those years.
For sure. No, I think those data are important, and I'll make sure to include those.
I think it's also really important, and it needs to be said repeatedly, how the curriculum department and the special ed department are working together in tandem to get the classes together and to join together on, you know, like when we're teaching in science and it's volcano time, and everybody's learning about volcanoes, it might be a little bit more extensive in the gen ed than it is in a special day class, but everybody's learning about volcanoes. Or, you know, everybody's learning about Egyptians, whatever, but we're all on the same page. And I think, you know, when we talk about integration, you know, when we're out in the playground and then they're talking about, you know, Egyptians and mummies, or they're talking about volcanoes, it might not be in the same detail, but it's about the same subject. And that's also integration, and that's inclusion. And I think the more that we try to make sure that we're on the same page with what we're doing together is really, really important, because that is inclusion. That's where kids feel the same, is when they have the same dialogue, the same vocabulary is being used around the school at the same time within the same grades. And that is true inclusion. And you can't get it any better than that. And I think if we keep working towards that goal, it's not easy. I'm not saying that's easy. It's not. But if we make that the goal, that our children, when they're out there and they're talking, and I'm sorry, but I know that some children aren't going to talk, but some will. And when they do, you know, they'll pipe up and then they'll say, oh yeah, you know, the lava, the whatever, and that's the goal. That's what we need to reach for, you know, and it might not be, like I said, the same details, but it's the same idea. And that's what we need to strive for. And that to me is more than just being in a classroom. It's at the dialogue, what we hear around the school. And that's what's important.
And so the great news is I have a great partner,
You
Dr.
sure do.
Myers.
And you're a great
team,
partner.
Great team. And our parents are our partners.
Yeah.
We get great input. The board provides us with input, so the teachers provide us great input. I think by taking that input and then putting it into action so that people feel supported, students are getting what they need, then this is gonna be sustainable, and it's gonna be great for all students.
You know, I gotta tell you that, when I came on the board, and I came on with 2 other people, and our whole goal was child first. Child first. Everything we do is for the child. And I can honestly say that I'm sitting in a room that everyone is absolutely committed to the children. It's just such a pleasure. I mean, I could cry right now. It is such a pleasure to sit and know that we are making decisions that only are for the children. And that's all we care about. And that's what it should be, you know, and that's what it's all about. And everything, every dime we spend, everything we do is for that child.
And it's not, and also the partnership with the county, our superintendent is an advocate and
Oh,
supportive
absolutely.
of this, and so.
Well, she wouldn't be here.
It's a
if she
shared,
wasn't.
it is a shared idea that, you know, we want to continue to build as part of our multi-tiered system of support, so that's what we're
Yeah,
strengthening.
absolutely.
And, yeah, I think that's all. I have any other additional questions? And I think
No.
that's-
But thank you very
Yeah,
much.
I appreciate your humility. A big part of being a good leader is having that ability to be humble, and to receive, you know, criticism, good, bad, indifferent, right?
Yeah.
Because that is what helps us grow in our
As a
role
district.
and what you contribute, because you surround yourself with people that give you that information, and it's always not, you ask and seek it out, whichever way it comes, right? From whoever it comes, and I really appreciate you as an individual, again, your integrity, your honesty has helped build and get us out of certain situations, because you were humble enough to look at it in a perspective that looks at it in different ways and not just what's in our best interest. No, it's what's in the best interest of the child.
Yeah.
That's the end of the day.
Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Alrighty, it is 8 o'clock and we are moving on to item 11D. It's the report on our quarterly Williams Uniform Complaint Procedures, UPC.
Good evening again, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez. I don't have a visual for this, but I just wanted to bring this in the board package, that our Q1 uniform complaint process, our UCP, has 0 for all the categories, so no complaints of sufficiency of, or no sufficiency of textbooks found, no insufficiency of school facility issues, and vacancy of misassignments of teachers. You have any questions on that?
That's
Okay.
good news.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Now for
and
the big one.
And then we'll roll over
Yes.
to
The drum roll.
super exciting. I'm wondering if there might be the first slide. I'm gonna do a flyby. Get to the first one. Okie dokie, I present to you this evening, I'm gonna make this quick, the 2025 academic report. This is just on the CASP findings, and we're gonna go into a little bit why I'm just giving you the CASP finding and what the difference is between the dashboard, which is, we are eagerly waiting for that release. So I just wanna make sure that we understand that. We are going to stick with it and make a difference here. So I went into a little explanation of what the SBAC is for those those that might not be familiar with our state accountability, what it does and what it assesses. That's just informational. I'm not gonna read through it because I think we're all good readers here. And I wanted to also include in this the testing structure. So what is included? So people knew what are the questions that are literacy and in math, so they were aware. And how we use the results. I'll spend a little bit of time on that. We adjust our instruction based on the results. We also understand the growth areas and needing where the areas of support are needed, and we inform our professional development. So we have a standards-based program in California, the California Common Core standards, and so this is everything that drives our instruction and our PD. The key features for this assessment is that it tailors to the difficulty of the student responses. It shows performance in specific areas and includes accessibility. So all students are able to, for the most part, take the assessment in some form, okay? All right, so this is the important part. So the CASP data that is now public is just the CASP scores. Then the California CDE, Department of Ed, will go through and assign us a dashboard indicator, and that's what you may know as the differentiated assistance eligibility. So we have our scores come in, and then they say, you know what, we're gonna go ahead and excuse all recently arrived ELs from your score, because that's, may not be fair to show any, to reflect on you. So anybody who's in the first 12 months in the US is removed from that score. For ELA only, they keep that score for math, so we do keep that. Anybody who missed the CASP for medical emergency, we're gonna go ahead and disregard that piece. This is the one that affects us the most, and we are so excited to really focus on it and turn it around, is the parent opt-out. So we really want to understand why parents are opting out and why how we can support them. Because what happens when they opt out and we fall below 95% is that every student who's opt out is given the lowest achieved score. So it could be 0. It hits us hard. You're going to see some differences in the CASP data. If you looked on per school, we have a couple schools that have a high opt-out rate, and we again want to understand why, so that we can support and better reflect student achievement. And so that's one piece that is really interesting that we want to dive into, because that does impact us and can reflect inaccurately on our student achievement. Then we have our late transfers, not continuously enrolled. Those are then removed. We also have the alternate assessment, the CAW we call it. And so those are then removed and put into a different category. Those would be the special ed assessments. And then we have just the missing data, what is impacting our scores, because we have, they were here for ELA and they're not here for math, or they missed science and those inaccuracies. Or if there's a student group that is less than 11, we have that in our case for the foster youth. We have 9 students that are foster youth. So anything below 11 is not represented for privacy reasons. So that's why you'll see sometimes we have foster youth shown, sometimes we don't. It's because we have those numbers go up and down. Okay, any questions on that? All right.
Yes, I have a question.
Sure.
So why do they exclude the ELA and not the math?
Well, I can't answer to that, but I am totally right there with you, because you do have to read in order to do math, and so I would have to look that up and to verify. I'm thinking that it's just the fundamentals of the math that they're thinking, well, we wouldn't exclude that because it's assessing the math content, not the ELA.
And
but we all know
numbers, no matter what language or country.
Right, but if it's a train is leaving from Michigan, that's a lot to process. Even us as EOs, right?
Yes.
So I think that's what makes it difficult. So I totally, along that that line too, and that's a curiosity I have. Okay, are we ready? All right, so let's jump into it. So last year, I'm getting the goosebumps already. So last year, we had in ELA 33.70% met or exceeded standard. In math, we had 23.77. This year, boom, 38% in ELA, woo! And 25.16 in math. We went up in both overall. So exciting. So proud of the work that our staff and our students are doing. We're climbing in the right direction. I'm so happy and proud of these results. So you wonder, okay, is this across the board? So we go to CAST scores. This is our science. And last year we had 24.15. And sure enough, in 24-25, we went up 25.6% is what we achieved. So it's trending in the right direction. Everybody's working hard. It's very, very exciting. Now these next slides, I just want to kind of give that, this is the overall by school. And so while this is an important slide that I'm gonna share, it's not what I hang my hat on. What I want our staff to be recognized on. So we'll just touch it, we'll look at it, but then we're gonna go to the next slide, and that's where we're really gonna spend a little bit of time. So this is our performance at all of our school sites overall in the ELA, which is blue, math in red, and CAST in yellow. So you can see there the overall achievement. Okay, so when we compare this to one another, there's a lot of strengths and needs at every single school site, but the next slide is really what is very exciting. Now we've talked about this before I click over. We've talked about a great analogy that I heard recently was when we have two toddlers, and one toddler at 9 months just stands up and decides to walk up, right? Learn to walk. The next toddler is 12 months when he or she decides that they're going to master walking. Do we penalize the 12-month-old because they didn't walk when the 9-month-old is? No, the point is that we're walking, right? So I want to just really put a lot of weight on growth, because growth at your individual speed is should be recognized and celebrated. Okay, so with that, here's our growth from last year to this year. And you can see across the board, the Hollister School District is the first column, or the first indicator there. We had that is reflecting the growth that was in ELA. We had that modest gain in math and that modest gain in CAST. Then you can look across the way at how each school grew. And of course, our superstar Tigers at the end there, Sunny Slope, making those double-digit gains, really amazing. And especially in math, because of that, that's the red indicator there. Now I want to say that we did this analysis when the data came out, and we went into each school, we did student subgroups. Okay, every single school, even the ones that may have a little digression, have strengths. They went up where other people didn't, and every single school has a need. So I think that that's really important to know, that where we see 2 schools, 3 schools that might have gone down in certain areas, they have strengths. Perhaps their students with disabilities went up, like Dr. Gutierrez referenced. You know, our students with disabilities is increasing their competencies. So I don't want this to be a negative reflection on any one school. I want it to know that we have that data, it's been shared, and it's really important to honor everybody's successes and their goal for moving forward. So really, really, really proud of Hollister School District. I am just, everything is coming together, it seems like, and I appreciate your support. I appreciate our labor partners' support and parent support. It's been a really positive thing. So, as we look at student group percentage growth, this is where we are very excited to see that students with disability progress, our socioeconomically disadvantaged progress in ELA, which can be very difficult, our LTEL progress, which is, those are the long-term English learners. Those are kiddos that have been English learners for 5 or more years, and they just get stuck at that level 4. For them to go up in all 3 areas, that's amazing. Amazing. Our homeless population, that's about 150 of our kids district-wide, went up in ELA and MAP. And yes, the migrant and our Hispanic. So, and last year, the reason why it was added is because we actually went down in some of that data, so they increased as well. So just really excited to see. I know Jennifer Miller would love to be here to say why her ELs went down, but she does reclassify a lot of students. So you're taking those, off the top and putting them in with the rest of the students. So no reflection on the work that our teachers are doing with our English learners. So when we put it all together and we look at the progress countywide, HSD achieved the entire top 9 of the most growth in ELA countywide. Yay. We only have 9 districts. We only have 9 districts in this county, and so I think 11. It would be how many? 11 districts in this county. When we take all 9 of the top out of the whole county, that's something to say. Very exciting. Wow. So then we look at math. We made the 1st, 2nd, and 4th most growth in math. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. But yet there's more. HSD has the 3 top 5 scoring schools in ELA and 6 of the top 10 scoring in math. Wow. That's amazing. I know. I'm just so blown away by it. And then, of course, we have our cast. Science is always that, well, sometimes we'll get, it's kind of like, I can safely say, well, we'll get to it or whatnot. But to have the top 3 scoring schools in the county, that's amazing. And that is the score. That's not even growth, that's the score. So I want to say, hooray, there's the confetti in the presentation. And just, wow. We have been just anxiously waiting to see how the results came, and so happy.
Do you have some ideas of why this happened?
We do. We're doing that work with our admin. We meet with our admin monthly, and if you ask certain principals, and I think they're not far off, it's our commitment to early literacy. It's your investment in the LCAP, in our title funds, into early literacy and our PAF, because they're able to read, they have the supports that they need, and it's a commitment. And so that would make sense because certain schools started kind of a little bit later in our PAF rotation, and so now they're getting to that testing age, and so I think that is part of it. We have several factors where we have our differentiated assistance work that we're working on with the Teen Unite with special ed, and that has been really helpful because we're all on the same page now. We have teachers that have equitable access to everything. Sharing resources where if you're a classroom teacher and you have a 5th grade student that's reading at a 2nd grade level, to your point, Trustee Grist, we have resources that will say, you need to teach Egyptians, but they can't read that, so here is this site that you can get these resources and teach the same content at an ability or at a level that they can comprehend. Yes, absolutely. And I also want to say we have tremendous progress because of things that Emma reported earlier, PBIS. When I have a principal tell me on a Thursday and a Friday, she said my AP was out, and I was like, okay, I got it, I'll hold down the fort. And she said, I want you to guess how many office referrals I had for 2 days. Fridays, we all know are kind of crazy. She said 0 both days. 0 at a school of almost 700.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
This is the point that I was trying to say, is that the PBIS, the wellness centers, the social workers, the mental health, we cannot, I mean, there's not a price tag on that.
Right.
It is unbelievable when children feel safe, when they feel that they're okay, they can learn. You
Right.
cannot learn if you don't feel good.
You have to Maslow before you can bloom.
That's right.
Is the saying. And I would expand that
And
thought
plus,
to.
you can't teach if you are constantly putting out fires.
Right. If you as an educator are given the resources and the supports that our MTSS teams offer, then you know in that moment you can address that student. You know you have a person, this is a social emotional situation.
Right.
I'm gonna do my tier 1 supports. It's not working, I'm gonna go to tier 2 and move on, right? Behavioral support, the Gen Ed BCBA, our friends in differentiated assistance from Tulare County Office of Ed, they said that is the most impactful thing that they've seen in our culture, and I agree. We're giving resources to teachers, to parents, to administrators to say this is how we can help students de-escalate or regulate or persevere through things that are barriers that are going to inhibit
You know,
their learning.
when you have some, and also lack of teacher turnover. When we keep teachers at the same sites, and they're not moving around, they're not unhappy, we can continue to, hopefully give raises, I don't know, with the state and everything, but we try. But at least their job, they're not dealing every day with students that disrespect them or parents that disrespect them. And we're trying to work together as a team. That we have the parents, we have the students, and we have admin, everybody's working together. And trying to do the best for that child. I mean, it's a win-win-win.
Yep, I agree. We're establishing a system that will not let students fail.
And they're gonna win education. And become productive in our society.
Yep, that's right. So I think that's what I cherish most about the MTSS model is that not one thing trumps another. You need to have your behavioral learning, you have your social emotional learning, and you have your academic. You can still be a productive citizen if you just don't understand how math works, but you get along well with people, be a salesperson or a customer service rep or whatnot. There's a place for everybody, and I think that when we embrace the whole child and we put students first, this is our payout.
They have worth.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
They have worth.
Yeah.
But we also have to maintain that, we have to make that realization that their parents have worth.
Oh yeah.
Our staff have worth. And that's hard to do when, I have to be quiet here, I guess, but
Yes.
when sometimes our government doesn't treat us with respect.
And respect we've got because I have more good news. So let me go on to transition to local assessments. So we thought, okay, that's CAS. This is a snapshot. This is, and I always laugh because we give the state assessments during the peak of our allergy season.
Right.
So we have these kids that are like, like take the most important test of your life here. And so we thought, okay, let's just take a look. Let's take a look at a few years in the back where we've been collecting data in STAR. Again, we are confirmed. We're moving up. This is 21 and 22 at the very left of that graph, and I know it's really light, I'm sorry. This is our STAR reading. These are all of our 3rd through 8th graders. Some 2nd graders have taken this test, and I was explaining this at a recent differentiated assistance meeting. If you would notice, the spring of 24-25 was 46.4, and then baseline was 47. So something, the summer slump disappeared. I'm not sure where it went, but that's kind of unheard of, and so very exciting about that, you know, continuing on that learning. So they came back and they did well. So we thought, okay, well maybe it's just in reading. No, look at math, ever so slightly, it's going up. We are continuing in the right direction, and I'm so happy for our students. And you asked earlier, why? Well, I think it's the impact of the multi-tiered system of supports. We have our academic early literacy. We have the TOSAs that we've put into the LCAP, which is a significant financial impact. We have IAs that run our PATH groups. We have teachers giving the IABs, which are like the practice tests. But it's not only practice tests, but now they're taking that information and they're understanding, why are students answering a particular way? Oh, they don't know this word. Well, let me teach it. You know, or they're looking at it from this lens, and now I can change how they look at it, and they can get that correct. We have, for the behavior component, we have PBIS. We have our Gen Ed BCBA. We have, for social emotional, our mental health therapists that are in the LCAP. We have our wellness centers. Teachers have calming corners. We have come together as a community to address our needs, our students' needs. Are we done? Never. But so our next steps, we want to continue to focus on math. We have that collaborative with the high school, the Math on Track. We will continue to work on that. We need to maintain this, and so that we are continuing up in the upward direction and maintain our momentum. So we have our monthly admin meetings. We have our differentiated assistants 4 times a year. I invite you to attend. We're going to be so excited. Mid-December or mid-November, we're going to find out if we're in differentiated assistants. But guess what? We have so much fun in those meetings. We're going to continue. So we're just going to call it different. Something different there. We Unite team meets regularly. We have our professional development offerings on Thursdays, and we have our tiered interventions every day on all 3 levels. So very excited. And just want to play, this is Jennifer Miller, she said, please play this. So I will go back to questions. Any questions, comments, excitements?
Excitement, yes. Wonderful.
Just a great job.
Trustee Rios.
Yes, I'm very excited and very appreciative, and I just think that we're doing a really great job. So I commend you, your department, special ed, the teachers, the classified, you know, it is a team effort. It really is. And, you know, I guess actually maybe my question is a little bit more for our superintendent. You know, is there anything that we can do for the students who are achieving? You know, kind of like we have the big congratulatory celebration here for our ELs when they get reclassified. You know, something that would recognize the students who are at the meets and exceeds, the students who move from one level to the next level. You know, I don't know, I'm just brainstorming, stream of thinking here. In the past, I remember hearing that we had money available in food services. Could we have a barbecue that invites the families, you know, and those students get a certificate and a hot dog, you know, thank you very much kind of a thing. I think that it's important to really recognize our students, and something like that would also recognize the parents who support the culture at home.
Trustee Rios, we are on the same page. We're excited to work with the sites and to work with our Ed Services Department and our SPED department to create some of these events. I know that the most recent event that's, I think, coming up is Thursday, and that would be a celebration for staff at Sunny Slope School. However, we definitely will be celebrating the students, and we can work on that and share those details with the board as well.
Thank you.
Good job, thank you.
Yes.
Can I just, on that one thing, I think you should, invite the whole school for like hot dogs or an ice cream or something like that. You know, and I would invite the whole school, because, even if they were, let's say they're TKers this year, it's something that they can look forward to, and even if they didn't succeed that well this year on their scores, gives them something to look forward to. And, you know, it brings the families together, if it's hot dogs and an ice cream or, you know, whatever, but I think it would be well worth the money spent. And it's just to bring a esprit de corps to the school, and I think that would be money well spent, just to make it a fun place to be. And I think we should do it for all the schools.
I agree.
Have you done a press release?
There was a feature on Sunny Slope, but I wanted to make sure that you guys have the information first, and then we will be sharing out. I'm really looking forward to the differentiated assistants, so on November 13th, if you hear a loud scream and a plume over Hollister, it's because we
have a plane going around.
Yeah, so definitely we will share the great news, and I wanted to make sure you guys were all aware, and we are so proud of this achievement.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
All righty, thank you. Let's move on to item 12, Superintendent's Report for October.
Okay, good evening, board. I will share a brief presentation with you regarding some of the happenings in the district. You can move to the next slide. Our enrollment is anywhere from 841 students to 124. We are keeping track of this very closely as we start to think about our facilities, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So
6,020.
6,023, says Trustee Grist. Thank you. Thank you for that. Moving on to our average daily attendance. It is a bit lower this year than what we have run in the past. One thing that I would like to mention is that we have a higher number of TK students, which are also allocated 10 best interest days should they need it to potentially potty train. So I can see that this year we may take a dip a bit in our ADA. However, we are working on it, and we do have our sites working on it every day, and our district office staff member that's dedicated to attendance. So we will move along with that. Some of the things that we are working on is a partnership. This is a very cool new project that our Deputy Superintendent Ward is working on with the local Hollister Police Department. They have committed to assigning specific officers to specific sites to monitor and support school traffic, and also share with us some of their findings. I think this is a much needed program, and we appreciate their collaboration with us during this time. We've also been responsive to the potential future family needs due to the SNAP benefit changes. I know that I met with a trustee recently to discuss this. Staff have begun to send out information, local resource information. We've begun that communication with school sites to ensure that our students are fed and that our families are connected with local resources. We also have in the future one of the first deadlines coming up in January 2026, the California School Employee Summer Assistant Program. This is a program for our classified employees that meet the eligibility. This will be the first year that we're operating this program, and January 2026 is when we begin that specific process. We also have been working on continuous staff recruitment and hiring to eliminate contracted services. We most recently hired another special education teacher, therefore we can eliminate a contract. We've been hiring as candidates come in, to make sure that we're keeping in mind providing consistent services and staffing for students, but also the monetary aspect of it as well. Moving on, please. Let's see, this is one of our biggest projects, the facilities master plan. We have been in meetings with each other. We have been meetings with the consultants. We're looking at enrollment projections. We're looking at the demographer's report, at developments that are planned within our district boundaries. We're looking at site-by-site considerations of the facilities. What I mean by that is that we're looking at the use of every classroom. What is it being used for? Is it being used for a rostered class, or is it used for a supplemental program? And what are our program needs? Will we continue to operate in that manner, or do we need to assign more classrooms to be rostered to students so that we can create a greater efficiency of our facilities and the use of them? We also will be having a future board engagement session with the consultants, so that the Board of Trustees will have their opportunity to share their insights, their wishes, their opinions about what the district needs to plan for as we look at growth in the district. We also have been analyzing the leases held by the agencies utilizing our facilities in light of our enrollment increases. I'd like to thank Beth, Aaron, and Colleen, who have been working on this in different aspects of it. It's like a puzzle, you know, and you don't really see the full picture of it until you actually sit down with all the leases, and each one's on its own cycle. So we're trying to communicate with those agencies and express we will be needing our facilities in the near future. So that's in progress as well. Let's see, moving on. This is one of the considerations tonight in the discussion action item, a central kitchen. We have been planning the central kitchen right around 23-24. It might have even been 22-23. We've had a public discussion about it. We've talked about what the benefits would be of potentially considering a central kitchen. I'd like to remind folks that this is a construction project funded by the Student Nutrition Funding Source. It is a categorical type of funding source that is restricted to the use of the Student Nutrition Department. We also plan to, should the board consider and approve this tonight, this would also help us increase and enhance the district's ability to produce meals for the Hollister School District students, but also we also currently service the rural districts. Should that continue, it would allow for us to have a greater ability to meet those needs as well. The central kitchen would be located at the district office property. We considered purchasing, you know, property for this. However, we'd like to maximize the use of the space here and keep costs within a certain limit. So the project itself, should it be approved tonight, would be at the rear end of the property right there. Okay, moving on. In progress, we have future agenda items. We will be considering in the near future the Hollister Prep School renewal process. That is a process. It is restricted to a timeline, so we will be working on that fairly soon. We also will need to publicly discuss a cell phone policy to meet the deadline that is coming up in July. Our slogan has been "Away for the Day," and we're on track to meeting that timeline. Also, we will be working on naming the Mays Middle School gym, and that will take place via a committee. Trustee Grist and Trustee Rios have volunteered to be part of that committee. So we'll be moving forward with that and sharing more information in the near future. Moving forward, please. Additionally, we have also been engaged in bargaining with HESTA. We have been working on the entire contract is open. So we've had collaborative sessions regarding contract negotiations. For HALC, that is the administrative group, tonight the board will consider a compensation increase to the salary schedule of the administrators to match what HESTA and CSEA have received in their compensation packages. And then for CSEA, the classified union, we will be working on job description negotiations to potentially introduce new job positions in the district, which ultimately would help us reduce contracted services. And moving on. October is National Principals Month. There's a list of all of our colleagues and their respective sites. I'd like to thank the principals tonight. They lead their schools with such passion. They work with their staff with dedication and integrity. They work with their students with such just generosity of their hearts. When you walk onto a site, I can say that the admin, the principals know their students, they know the needs of their students, they know their staff, and they know the needs of their staff. And I think that we are very fortunate to have them in our district, and part of the successes that we've mentioned tonight as a team include our staff as a whole and those that lead them. In this case would be the principals. So I'd like to thank them tonight and recognize their accomplishments. And last, I want to thank the entire district. We've heard a lot of great news and a lot of great aspects, and some of you have mentioned tonight that it takes a team. It takes not only the students, it takes the parents, it takes the certificated, the classified staff, and the administration. So everyone's amazing. I'm very proud to be here tonight and to thank the staff for the accomplishments of a collective whole of the district. Any questions?
No.
That's a brief.
All looking good.
All right, moving on.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to consent item. We're on agenda item 13, and I need a motion to approve the consent items, please.
I'll make a motion to approve consent items 13A through 13N.
I'll second the consent items.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries. Moving on to agenda item 14. Do I have a motion to approve the regular board meeting minutes from September 23rd?
I'll make a motion that we approve the board meeting minutes from September 23rd, 2025. Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. We do roll call just to make sure everybody's awake. Okay, moving on to item number 15. And 15A is consideration and approval of board policy and administrative regulation updates.
Thank you. It's sort of a light list this time around. Mostly it has to do with our philosophies. So I'll take any questions you have. The only outlier on this list is one that I came back from the NCR, Northern California Relief, our property and liability insurance. And I noted that in the summary, we are adding board policy 4119.24. The district hasn't had this policy before. It has been in CSBA for a while, but it was a topic of some consideration at that conference and making sure that we notify staff how they're supposed to behave.
Yeah, I have some notes on that.
Wow. Well, the defense on the other side, when adults behave badly, is, and I know we've all heard it as parents, oh, nobody told me I couldn't do that. So that's what this is, and CSBA's had it for
I
a
have
while
some
to
notes
use that.
on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's start with board policy 0441. And I have notes on number 2, 4, and 5. Number 2.
That's the one on artificial intelligence.
Yes. Number 2 says staff-centered AI should be used as a tool to augment and support rather than replace staff in the performance of their duties and responsibilities. I don't think we should make that statement. We don't know what AI is gonna do.
We're making a statement as a board that we're not replacing staff with AI. So
And I'm saying we don't know what's in the future, and to make a statement like that, I don't think we should make a statement like that. We don't know what's in the future.
that's true.
But this is for right now.
Right
So
now.
when the policies change and the law changes, that will be updates, just like we do updates all the time on board
Everything.
policy that exists.
Amazon's laying off 40,000 people tomorrow
I
because of
understand that.
AI.
I understand that, but we're
I
not gonna
just
be
don't-
laying off people and replacing
I
them
just
with
don't
an
think we
AI
should have
system.
it. I think it should not be there. Because we don't know what we're gonna do. Why are we gonna tie ourselves to a policy that we don't know what's gonna happen? Why put it there? Just leave it out.
Any of our policies though, you know.
Just leave it out.
No, I think we need it in there. I think that we have to have a starting point of discussion, a starting point of a policy. It will evolve and it will develop as we know more about AI, but the statement we're making with this is we're not going to be laying off people and replacing them with a bot.
Okay,
With
6
AI.
months from now, they're gonna come out with a secretarial AI program that's gonna wipe out somebody in the business office.
But that's what we're
That's how
talking
fast
about.
it's going.
But we're talking about, this is our,
Some piece of software.
yeah, this is our baseline where we're starting right
And
now.
I'm saying we shouldn't have it to begin with.
I can provide some clarification. In order for a layoff to happen, there has to be lack of work or lack of funding. Therefore, as a district, unless Ed code changes, we would not be able to lay off a human employee to replace them with AI.
This is true.
So,
That's what it's stating.
Yes.
okay, all right, well, I'm just trying to be ahead of the game. Number 4 says accountability and responsibility. AI should be used in a manner that ensures accountability by those who use it, and those who use it are responsible for such use, including when and how it is used. And I said we should cite the source. They should be citing their source when they do it. In other words, where they get it from.
When AI is used, you're saying when it's, say, used in a classroom, they should be citing the source that they got that from. It's interesting. That would be part of the instructional delivery.
Well,
I don't-
whoever uses it should cite their source.
So would that also go to be a teacher who consults AI and says, oh, this is my lesson plan, and has to put in their lesson plan book, or let their principal know that I got this lesson plan from
I would, I
AI
think it
or
should be
ChatGPT.
citing their source.
or somebody who's
Or a
writing an
business
IEP
director who
goal.
says, I'm gonna use this, cite the source.
I write all my own stuff, old fashioned.
Uh-huh.
But should I get there, what you're saying is I should say, and this was written by ChatGPT.
Yeah, or whatever, you know, or it could be a business company that did it. But you should be citing your sources.
But
I don't think we
on
should ever get away from
on
that.
something like this, I think we should consult our attorneys to find out, you know, if a teacher said, you know, is required to cite AI, then is that a legally defensible?
No, these are, what I've been looking at online, there are companies that are doing this. And I'm saying cite the source, so, you know, it's been a company that has been giving me this program. So I'm gonna cite that company, that's where I got my program from.
But if we cite our source, does that render
Just
an
look at-
IEP goal legally defensible or not? Does it render
I don't know, if I'm
a
using, if I'm
teacher's
writing
lesson plan as
if I'm
an
writing a
approved
paper,
lesson plan?
if I'm writing a paper and I'm using it as my basis of my analysis, I have to cite my source. If I am giving a child a grade based on this program, I better cite my source.
I think we've digressed from the actual policy, so could you read that again?
The policy itself that she just references, number 4, accountability and responsibility. AI should be used in a manner that ensures accountability by those who use it, and that those who use it are responsible for such use, including when and how it's used.
We also have board policy 6,162.6, which is the copyright board policy, which would align with what Trustee Grist is saying, that we would have to use copywritten materials according to the board policy. We wouldn't just be able to claim them as our own.
And remember, the O4s or the O's, rather than the 1000s, 2000s, 3000s, the O's are philosophy. This is a philosophy that we have, and then we have other policies that specifically address, like Superintendent Sanchez mentioned, copywriting and citing of copyright.
Right.
So our philosophy, using this latest example, is that people who use it will be accountable for using it and how and when it's used. So
I'm used to
again,
writing papers and citing my sources.
For student use of this, because it, up at the top, the introduction does include student access. Wouldn't this be dovetail with our plagiarism things? You know, to where, you know, that would be plagiarism. You know, I think the question goes to, what about teachers who use it?
Well, it says philosophy too. I was looking at philosophy and goals, and you know, I taught history. You had to cite your source. Okay, so that's my background, and so when I'm seeing accountability and responsibility, the first thing in my mind is cite your source.
And I think that's very applicable to students.
And
especially for that. But I think, you know, do we ask teachers to cite that they are writing a lesson plan based on a teacher edition or based on a PD training where somebody wrote a book and said, these are some
actually,
good lesson
we had
plans.
to, sorry, but when I did lesson plans in history, I had to cite my source when I was using original sources, yeah. When I'm using quotations, when I'm using actual things, I had to cite my sources, absolutely.
But what we're saying with the philosophy is whatever they use, we're gonna hold them accountable for what they're using.
That's right. You have to in
Well,
education.
but AI is evolving. You can use it to respond to an email. You could use it
Oh, I understand that, but
in so many ways that.
But this isn't about an email. This says accountability and responsibility.
It
This
could
is
be
not
in-
about an email.
It
No,
could
it
be in any
anything.
use,
Yeah.
in any form.
All right, let's go to number 5. Number 5 says equity and access. And it says AI should be implemented in a manner that ensures equitable access and opportunity for all students, regardless of background or ability, and for all schools across the district. And I put includes purchases of programs. In other words, how do I know that what Sarah Vista received is going to be the same thing that Calaveras got?
we have a fantastic Ed Services Department that orders materials for all of the schools. All of the base materials, and I'm telling you, that's not just a book, that's a depth and a breadth of materials.
So that would guarantee, that'll fit that?
I believe it does.
Okay.
I also
That was
wanted-
just a question I had there.
And I also wanted to share with you the comments that CSBA gives on this artificial intelligence policy. CSBA's note, this policy addresses the use of artificial intelligence in a district by students and staff and may be modified to reflect the district practice. Now, this is the first time we're seeing this.
Right.
And artificial intelligence is exponentially becoming more available out there.
Right,
So we
right.
will, as Board Member Martinez said, we'll revisit. In 2024, CSBA formed an artificial intelligence task force to equip governing boards with the necessary knowledge and tools to navigate the complexities of AI. Boards are encouraged to utilize the resources produced by the task force when modifying this policy to reflect district practice. Pursuant to Ed Code Section 33328.5, as added by Senate Bill 1288 back in 2024, the Superintendent of Public Instruction is required to convene this working group related to AI in public schools in order to develop guidance on the safe use of AI in education and subsequently to develop a model policy on the safe and effective use of AI. Districts are encouraged to continue to monitor the development, and you all kind of alluded to that, of new AI technology. So this is the first foray into this. And this is as new as June of 2025.
Right,
So this is them coming out as soon as possible. Will it change? Is it perfect? You know, kind of borrowing from my colleagues. It's not perfect, and yes, it'll change and it'll get better as it goes along.
Additionally, we also have the student use of technology, Board Policy 6163.4, that currently states artificial intelligence shall be aligned to district goals, objectives, and academic standards. As our academic standards and our goals and our objectives change, so will the application of AI. They're aligned.
Okay. The next one I had on, this is on AR 0450 on administrative regulations. And
It's
this
a
is,
comprehensive safety plan.
right, and this is about school site council shall consult with local law enforcement, the local fire department, and other first responders in writing and the development of comprehensive school safety plan, CSSP. When practical, the school site council shall consult with other school site councils and safety committees. And then it goes through a litany. It never ever mentions the district or the board or the school board. And I'm like,
I disagree. There's a section
Where?
in the policy that says these need to be provided and presented to the school board by, what's the date, Colleen? If the safety plans need to come to the board? March of every year.
I did see that, but it doesn't state, they're writing the whole policy. So when do we say, wait a minute,
On March.
where do you see that? Because I read this thing 3 times and I did not see where we get a place in here, that there's a place where it talks about we should be working with the, collaborate relationships with the city, county, and community agencies. And I noticed that they canceled again the intergovernmental council. That was
Now it's only happening quarterly.
yeah.
On board, in the board policy, paragraph 4.
I'm looking at this policy this is new.
For 0450.
That they've added this. To me, this looks. I don't remember seeing this.
Okay, so you were asking where does it say?
Where
So-
does it say that we get an input
So in 0450.
since we pay for this?
In board policy 0450, paragraph 4, the CSSP, that's the safety plan, shall be reviewed and updated by March 1st of each year and forwarded to the board for approval. When that is forwarded to you for approval, it's presented to you, as with everything, as with these, for you to provide any input. Now, our safety plans are an evolution across many years and changes in laws. So they just keep getting better all the time and incorporating more of the current laws and regulations every year. So it's not a rewrite every year. Yes, ma'am.
I think the difference is, I'm wondering if Trustee Grist is looking at the administrative regulation versus the board policy.
I am.
Quite
The
possibly.
board policy
That's why you're on
has
the
what
paragraphs
you're
aren't
talking
matching.
about.
That's why they're not matching. Okay.
Right, and I was trying to answer your specific question, where does it say? So I apologize for that.
Yeah, because
She's
I
looking
don't
at
have the board.
policy.
I don't have the board policy for that. I just have the
It
administration.
should be in there because it's part of tonight's packet.
Well, I didn't get it in my.
It occurs before,
Yeah.
at least on mine anyway.
No. Okay, this is the other one then. Forget about that. Let's go to the brand new one that I think you brought up, the
Yes, ma'am.
4119.24.
Maintaining appropriate adult-student interactions. Yes,
This
ma'am.
needs to be put in the classified and certificated handbooks when somebody is hired.
we're aware, and we will do that, but you have to adopt it first.
I don't, but this needs to be put in there and somebody
She always
needs to
thinks
go over
2 steps
it.
ahead. Good job,
Yep.
Jan.
Yep, she's got that crystal ball.
Yep, this needs to be put in.
We talked a bit about that today in cabinet, and we've got a plan for getting that out after the board,
And
adopts it this evening.
it needs to be done before it's, at like ASAP at a faculty meeting.
Yeah, we're gonna adopt it first.
Yep. Cause
Great
when
idea.
does it become law? Like, right away? Is it
When
law?
when you adopt it, it becomes policy of the district.
Okay.
So right now, it is a proposed policy. As with most of our policy updates, we're recommending that you waive the second reading and you adopt
Oh,
tonight.
yeah.
There have been a few that you've decided we needed a little more time
No,
on.
this one doesn't.
Okay, so I'm asking, are there any more questions about the board policy and administrative regulation updates? No? Do I have a motion to approve item 15A?
I'll make a motion that we approve, discussion item 15A.
A second?
Roll call vote, trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, motion carries, thank you. We're moving on to 15B, consideration and approval of the monthly financial report.
Thank you. We were talking about hot dogs and ice cream earlier, and I wanna get out of here. So, this is your first, financial report of the year. You've seen the adopted budget, you've seen the unaudited actuals from last year, so this is where are we for this year? And, okay, so, you've seen this all before, so we're going to sort of skim through it and hit the highlights. This is as of the end of September, so it's the first quarter of the fiscal year, but not really the first quarter of the active year.
Right.
It's 2 months into the active year. And you can see on the far left side, we've got our adopted budget, then the budget adjustments within those first couple of months, and then the current budget. So we're pretty much not making a whole lot of changes in revenue. And then as we go down into expenditure detail, there's not a whole lot of changes in expenditure detail, kind of offsetting each other. We get down into the other financing sources and uses, and there's a big number there. That is increases to special ed contributions. Okay? We've heard a lot of conversation in little bits and pieces as to what's going on in the district. I'd like to encapsulate it in something that I've been telling people at every opportunity. We are no longer a small district. We can't act like a small district. We are the largest district in the county, and we're, for the statewide, we're kind of a middle-sized district. And with that comes responsibilities, and it comes more growth. We've had some pretty staggering growth in the last couple of years, and our students with special needs have issues. I expect this number to go down probably by the time we get to second interim, okay? Not as soon as first interim, but probably by the time we get to second interim, because there are strides being made in actual staffing, hiring staff, and then reducing contracted services. That's one of those things. Having said that, we have more special ed teachers because we have more special ed classes. And with those come additional aides that need to be in there, you know, for both delivery of an instructional program and for the safety of staff and students. So there's kind of two different things going on there. We won't see any change in our special ed revenue itself until probably closer to the end of the year. But what I am looking forward to is the cancellation of contracts as we hire. And there's a lot of activity going on in HR and special ed in hiring our people as opposed to contracting others. So other than that, I'd say we're right where we want to be, okay? If you look at the percent of budget used, our books and supplies, we've used 22%. Our services and other operating, we've used 28%. Included in the services and other operating, and this is the unrestricted, is our property and liability insurance. We pay that at the beginning of the year. Also, anything that we're paying out of unrestricted general fund for contracts that need to be paid or instructional materials. We just got done talking about AI, it's not the same thing, but there is a significant portion of our instructional materials that's now coming to us in licenses as opposed to paper books. And GASB requires that we actually account for those differently, and those are accounted as a service because it's a license to an instructional material. We've got one-to-one throughout the district. All of that stuff just sort of compounds itself. So as we purchase those, and you'll see some more when we get to unrestricted, that's what's throwing that number to be so large as well. It's not, there are no special ed contribution or special ed contracts in this section. They're only reflected in the contribution, but of the norm of what we do, we've got a lot of that goes on during the year.
So I have a question. So as we adopt a new social studies text, and it comes in and it's going to be through the computer. We're not going to have an actual physical textbook.
Not necessarily. What I'm seeing on the purchase orders for the purchase of those instructional materials is probably these days maybe
a workbook.
Order of the cost being in paper and something you can hold in your hand, and about 2/3 to 3/4 of the cost being in licenses. We still have teacher manuals that are being provided in paper.
Right.
It doesn't mean that you can't, they couldn't use it on the computer, but there's a lot of teachers that like to write their notes and whatever.
But would they be like then workbooks for the kids that would
Depending on
accompany the textbook?
The subject and the grade level, yes, there are workbooks. You can't very well ask a student a TK student to develop their manual dexterity by coloring the flower in yellow, thus they're learning the color by using a computer. You can, but picking up that crayon and coloring on a piece of paper.
But you also can't have a 7th grader make a pie chart out of information from the text without having paper.
So that's what I'm seeing is about 1/4 to 1/3 paper, and the opposite part is the technology. All right, any questions on this one?
But I guess my question was, do you think it'll make the purchase price less, or no?
No, they're all in it for the almighty buck.
Okay, I was just dreaming.
But we appreciate that. So as we move on, we get to, oops, where's my mouse? There's my mouse. We get to our fund balance portion, and you can see that where we adopted the budget with $347,000 worth of deficit spending, which was in the LCAP, which has always been part of our plan for the continuity of services that are coming out for unduplicated students. We now have dipped into 2.7, almost $2.8 million worth of deficit spending. Again, I am feeling confident that that will go down. Exactly how much, we will have to wait and see after we actually hire staff, get them into their placement, and then resync all of the budget. Okay, so you guys have got it. There you go. Our next section is the restricted or the categorical portion of our budget. There's a lot more change in this one between what the adopted budget is and where we are now. The single largest change in here is up in state revenue. You see that's up by $1.9 million. That is the new discretionary block grant that came in after adoption. We knew about it, we knew we were gonna get it, we had no idea how much, so at adoption, we did not adopt this amount, this block grant. But now that it's in and we've gotten our notification, it's $1.7 million, and there is a corresponding, probably about $1.5 million worth of expenditures down there in services and in books. It's sort of a combination of both of those, because we dedicated that money, and we've almost got 100% of it spent. We dedicated that money to our 5-year bridge of ELA and math instructional materials to give us time to go through the process of adoption. These are, what's this? What's that on here? Can't remember what the software, right now I can't remember what the two pieces of instructional materials are, but they're English language, arts, and math. And so with that in mind, that is being 100% spent. The good news on that is it's one categorical we don't have to track anymore. And two, we made 1 year's worth of expense and we get 5 years worth of service out of it. Okay, so that's the single largest thing that's happening in there. The other portion is, of course, the contracts for special ed, which are in services and other operating. So keep in mind that the block grant was $1.7 million, so most of that is going to be in those services. Right now, we are in the process of recording budgets for carryover, so it's not completely done. And we haven't resynced all the budgets for position control yet because we're waiting for the board's action this evening on the HALG increase. And once that's done, then we can resync position control all together. We did have the teachers increase for this year was included in adoption, but CSEA and HALG are not. So in order to be efficient, we're waiting for that. And tomorrow morning, in the next couple of days, we'll be doing that. Getting those salary schedules updated, getting position control ready to go, and then spend a week and a half or so resyncing those so you'll see them at first interim. Okay. So I think that this is something that's very common that we see. We're now deficit spending in categoricals by $3 million. Again, they've had $16 million worth of carryover in the various different categorical programs that are there. We are still being very conservative on the titles, which includes all the Title I, Title IB, which is migrant 3, 4, and 2, 3, and 4. So there's the 3s we haven't budgeted at all. We are still waiting for a grant award notification on those, and we're also not spending any money in there. Our migrant, we're still following through on our migrant fallback plan, which is very minimal spending, if anything at all at this point, other than for staffing, and some staff have been moved to other positions that they fit within their job description, but are needed in the district. An example that comes to mind is the migrant preschool aide. She is a TK aide now. It's sort of a lateral move just out of one program and into another. So we are still watching that. Again, we can't bill for those for reimbursement if I haven't spent in them. If something ends up happening with migrant and we don't get as much as we thought, or I don't know, whatever happens, we will go back to the fallback plan and make adjustments through the ELOP program and the LCAP in order to adjust for that funding.
So we're good for this year?
We have a plan for this year, yes. And we're already into the year. Okay, somebody tell me something.
I don't know. It's bedtime?
It's bedtime.
I go to bed at 9.
Does it feel hard?
Aaron?
I'm done.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Right?
All right, so if there are no more questions, we'll just ask the board to accept the monthly financial report.
Do I have a motion to accept the monthly financial report?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Gris?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Moving on to item 15C, which is consideration and approval of the annual 5-year developer fee report.
So watch how we do this one. We will skip the title. And we will skip the authority because it hasn't changed. This is just the same as last year because our developer fees haven't changed. We share our fees with the high school district based on grade level split and the rules on any square footage added to a building of more than 500 square feet. And there's differentiation between the residential rates and then the commercial rates.
Right.
Now for the meat. You're moving that for me, aren't you? Because this doesn't seem to be working. Okay. I'm just gonna put it down. All right, so we're required to present on every 5 years an annual and 5-year history and look forward. I have found that typically it's just easier to keep going on a 5-year so you all can watch what has happened, where we've been, and where we're going. So this slide here shows the last 5 years and what we have collected in developer fees and what we have used those developer fees on. So you can see that there was a spike in 2021, $5 million worth of developer fees collected, and the average on the next 4 years is about $1.5 million. It's still quite a bit, and as interest rates straighten themselves out, then you can see that our interest is increasing. Last year's interest was off the hook. I know, it's pretty crazy. And that goes to the county auditor treasurer and their investment committee and how they're investing the pooled money. We spent, the 2021 year, we spent $9 million on Rancho Santana, and then we have some phase out expenses for that facility that you'll see that we've got some, that go through. Administrative fees include the statutorily provided 3% of revenue collected. Every other categorical has what's called indirect. Developer fees do not. It's called an administrative fee, but it's calculated in the same manner, and it's based on the revenue that's collected, and it's a flat 3%. So prior to when I got here, the district didn't collect that.
Right.
You've heard my theory that anyone who can pay should pay, because there's a lot of work that happens at the administrative level of the district, and we need to recoup that as much as possible. So this is the historical look for the last 5 years. We ended up 2025 with $10.5 million in developer fees. As we go to the next slide, you can see where we're projecting that we're going to be going over the next 5 years. And keep in mind, this is a projection, not a prognostication. My crystal ball broke long before COVID. So the mitigation fees for collection, I've taken a 5-year average and just run it flat. Depending on what actually happens in Hollister, a year can be higher, it can be lower. I also took a very conservative approach to interest because I just don't know. We had 3 years ago, we had some pretty poor interest. 4 years ago, almost no interest at all. And so it's sort of a much more conservative approach. And as we spend money, you'll see that the interest goes down. Now, in future capital projects, we've heard a couple of things this evening about the number of students that we've got, where we've got those students, the work that the administrative team has been doing, looking at classrooms, and the work that our facility people are doing to give us a facility master plan. We've seen demographer reports. There's no getting around. We are going to have to add facilities to the district somewhere, somehow, and probably in a pretty quick turnaround. So I've only estimated when those will happen, based on these years. I think the farther we go, the more we're going to have to spend. Because we're talking about student growth, developer fees can be used for any facility needs that adds more classroom space. Any facility needs that addresses additional students. So we do have this money, and that's why I've plunked in those numbers there. Yes, ma'am.
So the Rancho Santana, that 8.9 million,
from the
history, history of developer fee use. What is that going towards? Why do we keep it? This is the newest school. Why do we still keep investing so much money into a brand new school?
So 2 things there. That $8 million was a district match once we had spent all of our Measure M money to complete the project, while we waited for the state to give us their part of it. Since then, the year after that, there was some cleanup costs for Rancho Santana, and now we have a 5-year monitoring and mitigation for the NOAA, and that is a requirement of our building that school site on that site by DTSC. So that's why, as you go into the projections for 2026, there's still $15,000 in there. So that as soon as we have completed that 5-year monitoring and mitigation, then that will drop off of here. But because we finished the project with the developer fees, we have remained consistent on the expenditure of those funds out of developer fees. Okay, you're welcome. So the projection that I've come up with, and again, projection, not prognostication, is that we will start spending down the money, and if nothing else changes, if interest doesn't turn out to be higher than I've estimated, if mitigation fees end up being as low as I have estimated, we will be down to $1.7 million in 2030. Okay, now anything that we do on school sites can be use our bond money for this or developer fee money. I would recommend we use developer fee money because that's the closest nexus to needing new classrooms, and that's exactly what it's for, because there's very limited uses on this money.
The classrooms at Sunny Slope that used to be like the old staff lounge, that strip of classrooms there, could this be used to remodel those, tear them down and rebuild?
Sunny Slope, we put in several, 3, 4, 5 new TK classrooms, and some of the costs for those TKs came out of developer fees last year. And if we're adding new classrooms, then the classroom furniture can also come out of developer fees.
Yeah.
Not just because we need new furniture or we want new furniture, but we're adding a new
But no
classroom.
gyms.
Right.
Okay. Any questions on the projection? All right, in that case, we go to the final slide, and staff is recommending that the board accept the 24-25 annual and 5-year developer fee report.
Well, I make a motion that we accept the approval of the annual and 5-year developer fee report. Please.
I second that.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Tosti.
Aye.
Trustee Rios.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee Grist.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Thank you. Motion carries. 15D, adoption and resolution, approval of district representative to Joint Powers Authority.
The district is a member of 2 Joint Powers Authority for insurance. One of them is a Property and Liability Joint Powers Authority, and that is the Monterey San Benito County Property and Liability, JPA. The other one is for workers' compensation, and that is the Santa Cruz San Benito County Workers' Compensation, JPA. I have been a member of both of those. I have been the representative for both of those. But I also sit on a Northern California board for the property and liability and the state board for the property and liability. And Linda Espialone has said, hey, I want to do this. And I said, yes, go. And so Linda we're going to transfer my primary representative and Erica's secondary representative on the Santa Cruz San Benito Joint Powers Authority for Workers' Compensation to Linda and Carla Ornelas, also in the HR department. Carla has dived in feet first into workers' comp for this district and is straightening out and redeveloping the entire system of that. It's going to be fabulous. And so I'm recommending that you accept this resolution and appointment.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Tosti.
Aye.
Trustee Rios.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee Grist.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. I think I'm just gonna go trustee T, trustee R, trustee Moon, trustee G, trustee O. Will that work? It will work? Oh, okay. All right, moving on to. Huh?
It's your meeting.
Okay, 15E, discussion and adoption of California Multiple Award Schedule, CMAS.
One more, and then I promise I will sit down.
All right.
So 2.5 years ago, we brought to the board the CMAS bid for Kaya Services LLC. Since then, they have updated that CMAS, and so we're presenting to the board the updated CMAS, which will go through the year 2030. I have reviewed the CMAS bid. It is what is posted on the state website, and we'll be using it for multiple different facilities projects as we go forward and as we identify that this is the best way. So at this point, I think you know what a CMAS bid is, but if you don't, I'd be more than happy to entertain questions. Other than that, we're recommending approval.
I want to say a couple things. That every time I've asked about KYA services, I've been told by several key people in the cabinet that they are awesome to work with.
Oh, don't tell them that, they're sitting here.
I'm sorry.
It's gonna go right to their head.
That they have been very good to work with, and that, it's been good for our district.
Has been very good for our district. Just as a general reminder for anybody in the audience who's still out there listening, when we do facilities projects, we are supposed to go out to formal bid unless we can utilize a bid that someone else has let out and gone through that whole public exposure process and awarding. That's what this CMAS is. It is at the California level as opposed to another district. So while I did say earlier this evening, we're no longer a small district, we're small enough that we don't want to have to do this.
No, it's too much work.
But we're large enough that we need to get these types of services.
Well, have I misspoken, Board? That's what you've heard, right? That they have been very good.
Yeah, you're good.
So I would like to make a motion that we accept 15E on the California Multiple Award Schedule number 424-78-0089C-KYA Services LLC.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty.
Aye.
Trustee Rios.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee Grist.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Motion carries. Moving to 15F. Discussion and approval of contract with KYA for the construction of the central kitchen. Mr. Aaron.
Good evening. Superintendent Sanchez, it's been great to see you all day.
Good to see you all day long.
Great to see you this evening. I have something for you to feast your eyes on this evening, just a small nugget. I am delighted to share with you this evening this contract that's before the board for the construction of the central kitchen project. Again, this is just a little nugget of information here on what we're gonna do. I think to Superintendent Sanchez's point on where the location of this building is gonna be, I think we all have our bearings according to what you're looking at in front of you. It's gonna be just behind us, out here in that area where we have the dolomite. And so what you're looking at is, these are just a few pages out of the architectural engineering feasibility study, and then it has the conceptual plan that's there as well at the back side of that packet that shows you what that building's actually going to look like. This is a design building. This is something we've been talking about for quite some time. You know, I think when I look back into my emails, it was about this time last year that I got a proposal for the feasibility study to be done. So it's been a year. So here we are at this moment in time. It's that season of time where I like to give kind of a little analogy or a little visual. If this construction process is a triathlon, we are about a quarter mile to the finish start line of the next leg, and that leg is going to be the swimming leg. So we're entering the winter season here, as we all know, you know, and it just seems, it's kind of weird. It seems like construction, all the construction that I've ever been a part of, it's always started at the end of the fall, early winter, when it's the worst weather to start. So if there were a question to be asked of when this project's going to start, it's probably going to be early 26. You know, right after the first of the year, I'm assuming. So we'll see how that goes, and the duration of that is to be determined. We're looking at giving it about 12 months, but we'll probably deliver that sooner than that. I'm not gonna make any promises I can't keep, but what is before the board tonight is this contract with Kaya to construct this building for us. It's, again, a design build building. It's about 3,800 square feet of space that's there, 3,840 to be exact. And this is going to be Patty's child, and she's gonna see her child grow. And so we're gonna start this, like I said, probably right after the first of the year. So we're excited to embark on this project, and keeping up with kind of the theme, Jan, of giving back to the students and being student focused. This is gonna be something that's gonna be an excellent addition in the district for our students. I've worked somewhat closely with Patty now in the area that she's been operating out of, and so this is going to be certainly a great addition to the student nutrition service department, and being able to do what it is that I know she has goals and endeavors to do in the district here. So excited to bring this to the board tonight. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Are the walls pre-made?
Are they pre-constructed?
Pre-constructed.
Some of them will be pre-constructed, other components will not be. This is a slab on grade project, so there will be a concrete slab, and this building will be built on that slab. So it's gonna be similar to our cubes.
Okay.
That we built at the,
Right.
at the school sites, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Did we get the sewer situation,
The septic?
the septic?
we did, that's gonna be handled by the construction company as well, and we did get that handled.
But that's not part of the quote.
That is part of the
It
quote.
is, it's on
It's
the,
in there?
It's all
Okay.
included.
you see where the
So-
leach fields are.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, the other question that I had was, and just learning from what we did in at the high school when we built the student unions. Unfortunately, the design wasn't equipped to manage the amount of people in the space. We don't have storage, we don't have enough prep space to take into account how many people are going to be setting this and working, right? And that, ideally, you need to have an idea, I'm gonna have 10, 12 people in here. Are we gonna have enough space so we're not falling over each other? And we're doing different functions, but not, again, getting in each other's way. And the function, I mean, the flow, it's just kind of like a kitchen. You don't build a kitchen without talking to the cook, right? You want to know where they want specific things because they're the ones that are going to be living in that space. And I want to make sure that the space is going to lend itself for growth and for people that are going to be needed for more prep. If you're doing more, cooking in this area, that we have even the equipment ready to, are we making stews? Are we making pizzas? Are we making, what are we hand making? And having the equipment readily there and for the staff, right? Because again, we unfortunately have learned through our process over there that we just don't, even the staff lounge wasn't even big enough, to accommodate now all of the people that are having to work in that area. And so those are all just logistic things that I just want us to really be more thoughtful into thinking, how is this gonna work for her and her team, and what is it going to evolve into, that I don't wanna think in 5 years, we've outgrown this space. Because we may not have the luxury in 5 years to add to it.
I appreciate that question. I see you looking over, at Patty.
Yes.
I mean, I can answer that question as best I can, and then I can obviously turn it over to Patty for that. But I think, we have redesigned this building, I think 3 times now. So there's been a lot of consideration that's been put into it, and I know Patty has given input as well.
Well, I'm interested in how long is the cook lines here?
I'll let Patty answer those questions.
Yes, those are all great questions. The difference I'd like to point out too from the high school is that in that sense, that is their sole purpose, their sole area where they function out of, and it is a small area, and it was not, in my opinion, developed correctly for the flow of everything. Now, when you step back here, we're still going to be existing and using our current facilities for walk-in coolers, freezers, right? We are not having to add that into this mix. We do have 2 external freezer units that we're going to be hooking up to this, but that will not really mess with this flow. The intent of this kitchen is we are going to be making more things from scratch in bulk that will then be sent out to the kitchens. Let's say, for example, a pasta sauce. We are going to be purchasing and working with raw meats, right? Stuff that our existing unit or our sites cannot handle at this time, right? So the way that it is set up, it is more than sufficient, in my opinion. Just because we will be doing, it'll be more like a factory type setting, just like if you think about Papa Murphy's, right? Pumping out what they're doing. We're not having to also serve out of the same facility where that's kind of similar to what the high school has set up, and they are very cramped in there.
Yeah, they are.
We are still cooking though at our other 10 locations, right? And we still have all these other storage facilities too. So storage will not be an issue, and that's why it's really great that we're utilizing the space right behind our area, is because our storage is all right there.
And I don't know if you've had a chance to go through the storage in the back. It's amazing.
It's huge.
It's
I've
huge.
been
It
through
is
a couple of times,
amazing.
yeah.
With tons and tons of freezer and cooler space.
We used to store a lot of our paper and stuff back in the day in
Oh,
bulk,
the
and then
warehouse,
that was all kind of like pulled out and.
And the warehouse you see right here, looking directly, is just the beginning of like the first line side, and that's mainly just the district warehouse and some of our dry goods, but it just keeps going all the way to the solar panels.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the walk-in freezers are huge.
Oh, it just keeps going, yeah.
So what I'm curious about is like, you have your cook line, is that where your,
Staff.
well, like, when you say cook line, is that where your gas stoves are, or what do you mean by cook line?
So these are stoves.
Stoves on the
Well,
walls.
here are the stoves,
And
but,
there's tables to work off of.
okay,
Cook
those
line is
are,
more gonna be working on, right?
Okay,
So prepping, right?
okay,
Are
the
we
prep
prepping
line,
sauce
okay.
From start to finish.
All right,
Are we-
okay,
like, that's our
gotcha.
workable table space.
and then over here to the side where the doors are those ovens that we see over here on the side?
To the right?
Yeah.
The sinks right here,
Those are
double.
I don't know.
Yeah,
No, because the
they're
sinks
not
are
labeled.
over here.
And
I
a
wish
lot
they
of
were
this is
labeled.
still up for give and take a little bit.
Oh, I
right? A lot of
see.
this,
Okay,
Like, we have the
okay.
shell of the unit right here. We know that there's gonna be a break room. We know that there's gonna be bathrooms.
Right, I was
right?
looking over
And we know where
here.
the main plumbing is gonna be. Now, if we need to rotate this table in which way that works best, that stuff is all very flexible
yeah.
still at this moment.
Okay,
That's why it's a concept.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's a
This is not
conceptual
drilled in.
design, and it's
Yeah.
not something that's
Okay,
gonna be drilled
okay.
into the floor, like this is the final, where every single piece of equipment's gonna be.
right,
located.
right,
How many
okay.
staff members are you anticipating working out of this?
Right now, I would anticipate 5 to 7.
Okay.
Just
That's
because
plenty of
we
room
are
for
still
5
cooking
to
on
7,
site.
Yeah, 3,800 square feet, that's plenty.
Well,
Yeah, because we're gonna be creating and making certain specific things that we currently purchase from an outside distributor. Right?
Mm-hmm,
So
saving
that's where
us
it's gonna
money.
save our costs, is we're
Yeah.
gonna be making it.
Right, right.
And then we have our two large, cooler containers that are out there, they're also gonna be connected.
Are we gonna have a generator to save our food in case there's a power
I'm
outage?
sure there's going to be power requirements that are gonna be part of this project that are going to allow for that.
Well, I hope we have set that aside as a requirement. Is it listed?
Yeah, that's my question, so like a generator.
In case there's a power outage, so we don't lose our food, is what I'm.
We could discuss that with the company to see if in fact that's something that we're gonna do moving forward, yes. But there are contingencies that are put into this, project or this, cost for this project that are going to be unforeseen according to PG&E, because they might require for us to upgrade our switchgear out here in order to accomplish something like a generator or other things. So we're waiting on PG&E at the moment, and so we had to add that into this in order to compensate for
right.
that. So, they will all certainly be considerations, and, you know,
We are earthquake country.
And in full transparency at this moment, we haven't lost anything really at this point, right? When it comes to a freezer, you're talking about 48 hours that we have to be without power. That
Right.
has not happened in any recent time, right?
Right,
And even
but-
in the coolers, the power has always resumed here fairly quick.
Yes.
It'd have to be a major catastrophic event.
Well,
right?
like 1989.
Yeah.
Some of us are old enough to remember that.
Watch it.
Locker rooms was the other thing I was thinking about, because, it's nice to have a little locker to just put in your purse or whatever it is and, lock it up, so I don't know that,
Well, there's a
It is on
employee's
site.
room.
well, there's an employee break room, but I don't see, just an area where you could.
Closet kind of a.
Well, just little lockers, I know we have that at the high school,
It's
and
common
it
for them
comes
to
in
be
handy.
placed like
Yeah.
near the
Yeah.
employee break room.
Yeah,
And
it's a
it'll just
good
be a
point.
strip
Yeah.
of lockers. I had seen them in one of the, I don't know if that's that portion on there, but it did have lockers on one of the drawings.
That's nice.
Yeah.
that's what's nice about the conceptual designs you can add to.
Yeah. Is there plenty
Teacher,
of
we
room?
don't get that.
Is there plenty of room for the trucks to back up and load?
There is, I gave you a printout, you'll see that on your sheets there.
Yeah, I saw that, I
Yeah.
saw that, yeah.
Yeah, you'll
Nice.
see that.
Comes in it and rotates,
Mhm.
even if there's buses or anything in that.
Very,
vicinity,
very
it should
nice.
be Clear.
Should clear it just fine, because we're dealing with that space as it is right now, right? This is just an
Yeah,
addition.
very, very nice.
Yeah, I wanted to give you the, you know, the
Oh,
You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
how many
The
students
protein
do that
here,
on
this is the protein, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is good.
So it's where it's
Nice.
located,
Very,
it's,
very
it's
nice.
parking, it's you pass through, and then it's the conceptual design. So
Yeah, very nice.
it's all there. And then of course, you know, as time goes on, and if this is in fact approved this evening, then you know I'm sure I'll be speaking before you again in a couple of months and telling you what we're going to be doing moving forward. Because again, if we're going back to the
Well, you make
understanding
sure
that this is
Patty's
a
the boss
triathlon,
about
we're
what
gonna be
goes on
talking
in
about it.
here.
Yeah, that's right.
Sounds good. Okay, any more questions, any more discussion? No. Okay, do I have a motion to approve item 15F?
I make a motion that we approve 15F.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Gris?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries. And
Thank you.
yay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to item 15G, discussion and approval of salary schedule increase.
Okay, this is a discussion action item, and this includes a consideration for a compensation increase of 2%. This is what the board had requested in regards to bringing forward a compensation increase for the administrators.
Did you read my comment that I wrote back to you on this about the TK through 5?
She responded.
Yes. Oh, I didn't read it.
So tonight, what we are presenting is a updated salary schedule reflecting the same salary increase to the administrators' salary schedule that would be a match to the CSEA increase, and that would be a match to the HESTA increase. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I
Yes.
do. So the sentence says the impact of the HALG increase has been reported in the other revisions column for each bargaining unit beginning on page 4 of the AB 1200 document from previous board meetings. So I just wasn't quite, because we don't see an AB 1200 document attached to this. So I wasn't quite sure what you
Great
were
question.
referencing. Yes.
Great question. So this is the similar format that I believe it was last April was conducted as well. So what that means is that as we provide a compensation increase, for example, to certificated and then one to classified, in those specific AB 1200s, there's a column called Other Revisions on page 4. That column includes the compensation increase cost for HELG.
Even though we hadn't approved it yet?
Even though it hadn't been approved because of the Me Too. So it was included in there.
Okay. Because you were saying, classified hadn't actually been reflected on the actual budget yet. So that's when you're gonna show those.
Right, so when I provided you with an AB 1200 for CSEA a month ago, that's showing you the difference between the adopted budget and the revisions that we'll have to make for CSEA's agreement in the bargaining unit column. And then there's the other column, and because the board has always adopted a Me Too for all, if them, then everyone else. So I presented the HELG in there so that we could see what the total impact of CSEA, the bargaining unit, and HELG that we would be presenting to you later is there. So I do try to do that whenever possible. As we negotiate with our labor partners from HESTA in the springtime, we'll come up with something. I'll present an AB 1200 for them for the following year, and then in the other column, put both CSEA and HELG. Just so that you can see the whole picture together, because otherwise it's just sort of pieced. And so we do our best to give you a bigger picture than the pieces.
Because HALG can fall into either classified or certificated, correct?
Correct, but they're not a bargaining unit, they're not represented, so an AB 1200 is not required for an unrepresented group, but I like to be able to provide the board with that information so you can see that impact.
Okay, any more discussion or questions?
Yeah, I do. Last year or the year before, I guess it would be the year before, or it was last year. I guess it was last year. The Mr. Rivas, who represents Haug, had said that all principals at that time were dealing with TK through 8th grade. Every school was TK through 8th grade. So everybody should be paid the same, instead of having a differentiation between TK through 5th grade, because everybody was working hard. And of course, we said, of course, they should be paid the same. But now, we do not have every school TK through 8th grade. And we don't have a line for TK through 5th grade. And not every school is TK through 8th grade anymore. So I think there should be a line for TK through 5th grade. Because the principal, they came to us and said they should be paid the same, and we agreed. Well, and you know, now we have TK through 5th grade, and they're not doing promotion ceremonies, and they're not dealing with scheduling issues, and they're not, it doesn't seem the same. So I don't think they should be paid the same. I'm sorry, but they asked us before to pay them the same, and now I don't think they should be paid the same. And I'm sorry but that's how I feel. I mean, I know how hard middle school principals work, and all the extra work they have to do because of the switching of the periods and everything else, and dealing with middle school children. So that's why when I saw that they don't have a separate line, I brought this up, and I don't think it's fair. And I think that they should have a separate line. I have no problem with the 2%. I have absolutely no problem with that. And they need to be given their 2%. But I do have a problem with principals being paid the same. There used to be a differentiation between days. You know, comprehensive middle school principals work more days than elementary principals. I don't know what the days are now. I have no idea. There used to be a differentiation there. But now we do have a differentiation between grades. And I think that, you know, there should be some negotiation or whatever. But I feel uncomfortable passing this with all principals being paid the same amount when other principals are working with more grade levels than others. That's my feeling.
So do you think that this would be, we need to vote on this, but do you think that you would want to bring this as a future agenda item, or?
I think that it should be renegotiated with Haug. With us, if there's a way that we could vote for the 2%, but they should renegotiate or I guess we have to go back with the vote, yes. They need to renegotiate this. That's my belief. Because I just don't think it's fair that TK through 5th grade principals are getting the same pay as TK through 8th grade.
Okay, so I think that we have to consider several things. The TK through 5 principals has been off of the salary schedule for about 3 years, 22 to 23 school year. The prior to that, with a previous superintendent, the administrators were granted to work all the same days. So that has been in place for more than 5 years. I think to go back and to state that some principals are now going to earn less than they do and some are going to earn more, we have to be cautious, and I would say that that would take a greater discussion. I understand that there are complexities with middle school grade levels, if I may. However, there are also currently TK5s with 6 TKs on campus with 7 SDC classes, with 5 SDC classes, with working with compressed facility situations where they have to share and collaborate and be creative in how they're going to daily structure their schedules while working with a charter school that has taken up the majority of the campus. There are complexities in each of one of these positions. I would highly encourage the board to not separate the salary schedules at this point. It would prolong their compensation increase. It would prolong, I think, the fact that these administrators, it would not allow for them to have the same compensation. We would have a group that would earn less versus a group that would earn more.
Well, Kip and I had a conversation last year, and he brought it up to me that this is what Joe wanted.
I'm sorry, Jen, can I ask, have you as superintendent had complaints or discussions with any HALG employees about this?
Trustee Tosti, that's a great question. I have not. No one has approached me in regards to the fact that the compensation is different. Whether or not those conversations took place last year, I was not here. One thing that we do have to remember is that HALG as well is not a bargaining unit. Right. They are a group, and so they don't have the luxury of having someone represent them truly. Whether or not one specific principal speaks up for them, that's wonderful and that's great. However, it has historically always been, leadership that speaks up for them. And tonight, I do ask that you consider approving the salary increase intact as it is. Should it be a future conversation, perhaps that we prepare 1 or 2 years from now, I think that we need to consider that, because I'm thinking about if we've hired anybody recently that has been hired under this structure. We can't go back and change the salary schedule.
Just for my own sanity.
Yes.
Kip, did we not have that conversation last year?
In my position, I have many conversations, and some of them are off the record, and some of them are on the record. If I could just take a moment, I would want to point out that
we just wanted to make them all the same. Sorry.
I would like to point out that because I've been a middle school teacher, I was a TK5 principal, and when you look at the difference between those two responsibilities, they both have heavy responsibilities. Because Jan, you and I know we worked in middle school, and a lot of times by the time the students get to that age, I'm not going to say they forget about their kids, but I probably was guilty of that by my third son. They're off on their own. The challenges that a middle school administrator faces are numerous, and I acknowledge that. But at the same time, when you look at a TK5, the interaction and the amount of time that an administrator has to spend with parents of young children is off the charts. So in my mind, they all work hard and they all have extreme, unique challenges depending on the campus.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not denying that. I'm just saying we had a conversation last year, and that's what I was going on.
But
So
I think for this evening,
you know what? Let me finish.
Sure.
I appreciate everybody who works here, and it was brought up to me, and it was said that way, and they wanted the same compensation, and no problem. And I looked at it that, well, we give it, then why are they getting it? I understand exactly what you're saying, Superintendent Sanchez, about all of the TKs and that whole thing, and I agree. And to put a value on how hard somebody works at one grade level versus another. We could also look at the number of students. I mean, there's all kinds of things to look at. Oh, yeah. And I totally agree. And I think that's something that maybe I've opened up a conversation that maybe that should be something that is worked out. And I definitely want everybody to have their 2%, and that was never part of my conversation. And I was not ever part of that. I do think, though, that that's something that maybe they want to have a conversation about, because they obviously do not have a representative group, but they might want to have a discussion among themselves, and that would be for them to do. But in regards to a 2%, I'm 100% behind it, and so I would like to make a motion.
I just had a clarifying question so that,
Right.
Should this come up in the future, so that I can check my own understanding, are you saying that a TK5 principal should be on a different salary schedule and earn less, or?
I'm saying that what was said to me last year was that they were all, there was a separation between what was being paid before, and that they should all be paid the same because they were all TK, they were all up to 8th grade. Everybody had to do the 8th grade ceremonies. That's what was said to me, and that they should all be paid the same, and I said, of course, because I know what goes through an 8th grade ceremony. I said, of course. And there used to be a differentiation between.
There did used to be a differentiation, I don't know what.
Between
why.
the pay. Well, it was,
Yeah, I agree.
there used to be.
Yeah, there used to be.
So-
I don't know the reason, but there was a difference.
Right, so
You're right.
I'm saying, now, I'm saying, let them figure this out. Maybe they're cool with it, whatever, that's their baby. I'm all for their 2%, and let's let it be, and if they wanna change it, let them change it. I mean, hell, let them come to you guys and whatever. But right now, let's just vote on the 2%.
Okay.
Let it be.
I think that, oh, go ahead, Cheryl.
Well, I think, the point that I am getting from this discussion is essentially, we have a job group that is not listed.
Right.
And I think that if
That's
somehow,
correct.
and I will throw this out, just as my own thinking,
We're
we added,
union people.
we add an extra space to that says TK5. You know, that
Principal.
way they are at least,
Represented.
that's a job group that is not represented right now. It could be the same salary, but to just do that, because if we're gonna vote on the 2% tonight, everybody's getting it anyway. And I don't know that any of us have an issue with that. But we do, you know, and I am wondering, you know, if I were to come to you and be hired on as a TK5 principal.
Where am I?
And I go look on here, where am I? This is what she said I was gonna get, but I'm not on here.
Thank you for the clarification. When we look, we've been here so long that my computer died, so I'm trying to look on my phone here at a salary schedule. When we look at the salary schedule, and this is a great clarification point, I think that it's helping me understand what the issue is. There is one single line for principals. The board tonight can choose to approve this salary increase with the edit made to that principal line, comma, to include TK5. There is only one salary schedule for principals. That's what the salary schedule is saying. So there should never be a doubt. Perhaps it's one of our editorial mishaps, and we just need to add that in here, and which we could do that.
Because if they're now all expected to work like the 210 days,
Yes.
you know, that's the expectation, whether you're TK5, TK8, middle school,
yes,
you're a principal in this district, this is regardless of what school you fall in and what specific.
Well, actually, there should be principal 6 through 8. We don't have that either.
So it's middle school.
Yeah, we don't have that either.
But that's what middle school implies, 6 through 8.
Well, not TK through 8.
But it could be also middle school may eventually move back to 7-8.
Correct.
For all that we know.
Correct.
You know, and I think that as we make changes to our demographics, we don't change the pay scale. We have those job titles as placeholders because unfortunately, our history has been sixth graders are sometimes in elementary, sixth graders are sometimes middle, sometimes we go to K-8, sometimes K, you know. And so, because that is our history, we put everybody on the pay scale no matter what we think a job title might be, and we leave it.
Actually, so.
That it's reflective of what our practices are.
Yes. Okay, so we are ready now to, we're on 15G.
Yes.
We're trying to get to item 19. Okay, 15G, discussion and approval. Do I have a motion to approve this?
I make a motion that we approve the salary schedule increase for the unrepresented group HALC.
With the edit?
No, the 2% is the 2%.
just
Do you mean with the comma, TK5?
No.
Is that
No
what you're
edits.
saying?
Well, so we're not gonna edit.
Can we just call it principal? Yeah.
We could.
Just call it
And
principal.
be done with it.
Would you like to redo your motion, please?
I make a motion to approve the salary schedule increase for the unrepresented group HALC, with the edit to the title of principal, it just being principal.
Yep, perfect.
So we get away with identifying where, who, what, when, whatever. It's
And
just
how.
principal. And just like assistant principal is assistant principal, it
Yes.
doesn't matter where they are, right? So principals should be the same way.
Do I have a second?
I second that.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty.
Aye.
Trustee Rios.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee Grist.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right, let's go on now to item H, discussion and approval for out-of-state travel in accordance with BP 3550.
Okay, let me see if I can call that
I hope
up.
your phone doesn't die.
I hope not either. I'm trying to.
Oh,
figure-
out-of-state travel, yeah.
So this was submitted by Dr. Gutierrez, but I could speak to it. This is approval for out-of-state travel for a conference, specifically for 3 mental health therapists during the month of February. The dates are the 25th through the 28th, and it is a Innovative Schools Summit in the state of New York. The department seeks the board's approval tonight regarding this out-of-state travel.
Okay, any discussions or questions?
Yes, I think it's important for everyone to know how this is paid. It's very important. This is a very important topic, and these funds are being collected by LEA. And I feel that our employees should know where these funds are coming from, and maybe in a time that the board can maybe have a discussion, a mini discussion, Gabe, mini.
That means short.
Mini.
Aye.
We're tired.
For the LEA, so that everyone, all are classified, everyone, our HESTA, they know where these funds are coming from, that we're sending them to these.
Right. Yeah, I could definitely answer that. This is where-
It's off.
Okay. So these are LEA Medi-Cal funds. So the services that we provide when our SLPs conduct assessments, when they do provide therapies, when sites do the assessments, and mental health practitioners conduct assessments and provide services, our occupational therapists, when they assess and provide services, they also bill for Medi-Cal. So Medi-Cal reimburses us for the services because these are Medi-Cal related services that we're providing to students, so they reimburse. And then we have to log those services are accounted for. The business office reviews those funds. But in order for the funds to be utilized, there is an LEA Medi-Cal Reinvestment Committee.
Now, I'm not asking for the mini thing now. I thought maybe in the future, we could have a little mini,
Perfect. Yes, we could do that.
discussion.
We could definitely do that and have a brief presentation for you.
Love it.
Yeah,
That's-
but it is, the LEA funds are.
It's very important.
For staff to use, and I can definitely have that, we can do that next month if you like.
Wonderful, thank you.
Did
Any
I
more
answer the
discussion?
question or anything that-
Didn't-
Yeah, you answered it, great.
Good, okay, do I have a motion to approve?
Yes.
15H.
I make a motion to approve, is it 15H, discussion and approval for out-of-state travel in accordance with BP 3550.
Okay, second.
Okay, roll call vote, trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
Aye.
And I am an aye as well. Motion carries. We're moving to item 16. Do we have board member reports, starting with trustee Toasty?
Yes, I had a walkthrough at Oro Hardin, and it was nice to tour the whole site. I visited some of the regular classrooms and some of the portables, and it was a really good visit. That's it.
Trustee Rios?
Yes, I went and did a visit with Principal Dizon at Rancho Santana School, and I got to observe some of the included students and their transitions, and then sixth graders in mixed groups. I thought it was interesting, they were designing a landfill. And I'm thinking how timely that topic is with what, they can probably come up with a better idea than what we've done. But I was surprised to learn about the limitations that site has for anything you want to put a nail in, because of the ground situation. And I really, really hope that we can spend some time thinking about how to get some shade out for the TK and kindergarten area. You know, one of the picnic type tables with the umbrella is kind of nice, but they don't sit. And so some place where they can, you know, do their little running around some sort of a shaded structure. One of those little canopy things or something. And then I also went over and visited Lad Lane, my old stomping grounds, and I really wanted to see the new class over there with the medically fragile students, and I thought that was very, very inspiring. They're doing a lot of very careful work with our most vulnerable students. And we talked about the accessibility of the playground, and that there has been facilities added for some accessibility, but I think I would just love to see a wheelchair swing. The things that they had there, they had these knobs that were really hard to turn, and so a lot of those kids are not going to be able to turn them, and I was told that, well, their parents will turn them for them and give them a sensory thing. And you know, I would just love to see something that the students can do themselves. But then we went over and we saw the sensory room, and that was just a magical place. And you know, I was very happy to hear the students go in there on a very regular basis. And anyway, and then, you know, anything that we think we might need that can be added to that, you know, I think would be just wonderful. So I had a couple of great visits, and thank you for taking us around, Superintendent.
Trustee Martinez? Trustee Grist?
I was with Cheryl on those two magical visits to RSS and Lad Lane, and I have to tell you, every time I visit a school, I just walk away with just the biggest smile. Our children, our teachers, our administrators, our staff, the schools look great. It's just lovely. I have nothing, Mr. Gutierrez was there, Dr. Gutierrez was there. It's just fun. Just fun.
It's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to go with Superintendent Sanchez to Sunny Slope, and Principal Rivas took us to the pantry room. I know you guys are all aware of the changes happening November 1st to the food stamp program.
Yeah.
And that we need to just be aware of any families who might be struggling. It could be a single mom with 2 or 3 kids. It could be one of our employees.
Yeah.
It could be grandparents, elderly grandparents on fixed incomes. So as a community, we just need to pay attention and kind of take care of each other until this all gets sorted out, especially our students, so that they're not stressed about food scarcity at their own home. So we had quite a discussion, and I know that Superintendent Sanchez is bringing that awareness up to the entire staff throughout the district. And then Mr. Rivas invited me to come serve food for the celebration on Thursday for their high test scores. I was so excited to see those test scores and to see the enthusiasm at the site. So I'm hoping that I serve food well. I'm a horrible waitress. I would never serve people the right food or the right plates or anything, so not my calling, but I will try very hard to get the food on the plate.
Oh, just smile, that's all I care about.
Okay, that's it. We're moving to future agenda items. Anything, anybody? Ms. Rios?
I actually have something that, sometime this year, I would like to have a report on how things went with the new reading screening. Because we hired people, we're looking at screening for our little babies, and I'm curious. As a special ed person, I'm curious to know what they're really going to show. But then also I'd like to learn, how things are communicated with the parents, what the results mean for their child. And then,
how was that used in the LCAT?
Yeah, what are the next steps? This score range, these students are going to do what? This score range, these students are going to do what? And then looking at, I know that we're doing the PAP district-wide, pretty much, but, students who continue to struggle, kind of what's going on, because reading is so fundamental with math, even, so.
I don't know if we're doing the PAP district-wide. Are we?
There's one school, Calaveras is not doing
All
it.
but one school.
They're
Just Calaveras.
They're doing
They're different
similar
fundamentals,
program.
which is similar.
Yes. So I would just let, we put a lot of money into PAP, a lot of training and a lot of time. And, so how are we, monitoring those students?
Okay, sounds good. Anybody else? Any future agenda item? Okay, I'm gonna move us on down to any announcements or reminders. Nada? Alrighty. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.